Ladies and gentlemen, hello, hello, hello. It's a couple minutes before we start today, but I just wanted to hop in and say hello. Hopefully all of you guys are having a wonderful day today because it's about to get better in just a moment. It is that time once again for the end of the season tournament of all time for Eternal Return on the KR side. It is time for Eternal Return Masters Season Finals. Welcome everybody. My name is Shuvi Senpai. I'll be one of your casters today, and joining me today will not be our usual, but we have a guest caster. Kaz, how are you doing today, man? What's going on?
Doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. I'm filling in for everybody's favorite card game addict for the finals this weekend. So thank you so much for having me on. It's great to watch some more ERM. I always end up on finals. So.
Oh, heck yeah. I don't know
That's
why.
great.
You're always here right around the finals time, which, you know what, I'm okay with, because that means you get to see the culmination of everything that we were watching throughout the entire season. What could be better than that? If anything, I feel bad for Superior for missing all of this, you know what I mean?
Yeah, missing out on the good content, that's for sure.
Exactly. Guys, once again, you guys are here for the Eternal Return Masters Season Finals. Today is day number 1. If you guys were here right before we started yapping for a little bit just now, then you would be able to see all the team posters of the teams that are going to be playing today. I believe we're missing one, and I'll talk about why in just a second. But what you also saw is going to be the format. We'll talk about that in just a moment. The Korean side is still doing their little brief intro thing, and I'll bring you guys over the moment the timer begins. But today is going to be a fun one. Season 7 season finals. It is going to be incredible. We have 8 teams that are lined up here for you today. 6 games only. It's just day number 1. And top 4 will move on to day number 2, which will be tomorrow, a little bit earlier than when we started today, to duke it out in a checkpoint format to determine who is the best for Season 7.
Very, very exciting. And yeah, it will be a little more encompassing for maybe our North American viewers and less so for our European viewers tomorrow. So we'll see. We'll see.
Absolutely. Guys, before we start going into the countdown, anything that you're personally excited about today? I don't know how much you've been keeping up with the ERM, but what you got for me?
Honestly, because we also got to cast the semifinals of ERCC, we were seeing a meta that was kind of formed by Fearless, so it's gonna be interesting seeing like a return to our fundamental or our fundamental ways of Eternal Return banning characters, and see what impact that has on the lobby, depending on what characters seem to be the favor of the month for finals, because obviously we constantly have a change in game. So I'm really interested to see how this lobby evolves. It's always fun to watch that.
Yeah, 100%, and that is all going to come down to what the teams have prepared for us today. Just a real quick disclaimer before we start, so that those of you guys who are here at the early bird hours know exactly what's going on. We are not playing on the patch that happened like yesterday or the day before. It's a little too early for that. We will be playing on the previous patch. We already knew about that one, which is quite unfortunate because I do know a fair number of changes to characters did happen on this patch. But regardless, we're going to have a fun time throughout the course of the weekend, everybody. We got about a minute more to go, which means the countdown should start in just a second, Kaz. I'm so excited for this weekend, man. I've been waiting for this for about 4 to 5 months now. Oh my goodness, my heart is shuddering.
Yeah, and this is even more anticipated because we've had a little more time for the finals to cook, which means more time for the teams to cook on this patch, right? So this is actually for a finals, one of the most developed metas that we're going to have, honestly, because there's been a lot of time to practice with this patch.
Yeah, exactly. And the greatest thing about the fact that the season itself was extended is that we're actually in the season still when the season finals happens. I don't know if you remember from last season, but season finals for season 6 actually happened after the season was over. It was when we were in preseason 7 that it happened, so it might have felt a little bit detached, but this time around, we're still in the same season for the season finals. It should still be very familiar. We're not going to have any weird shenanigans kind of clouding our minds as to be like, oh, why isn't rifts in the map right now? Where are all the rifts in Lumia Island, Shuvi and Kaz? Well, we don't have to think about that because we're not in that season yet, even for the live server. So it's all fine and dandy. No real confusions today. Just what we know and what we expect from these teams is all that we have to worry about.
Yep, and we know season 7 was a banger, and obviously there was some really hype things for season 8. So let's hope that our ERM gives us a very satisfying conclusion to season 7.
Yeah, I hope we do. Guys, the Korean side is going to be done with their introduction, so actually, never mind. They're still talking to some of the crowd people over there. Look at that. A good amount of people over on the Daejeon Stadium today. Same place, like they always do as well. Look at Shin there, just looking based as always, man. It's just great. I love it.
And
Just
yeah,
don't forget.
I do love when we get to see actual like in stadium Eternal Return like content. It's great.
Yeah, I really hope that across maybe time and space later down the road, we can have more and more of these, even outside of Korea. I know how difficult it is to get some of these venues going outside of Korea itself. They're a lot more compact over there, right? You can get to any stadium you really want within, what, maybe 3-4 hours if you take a really fast bullet train or something. Over here, it's a little bit difficult. It's all fine and dandy, though, as long as we are having fun over on the Korean side of things, especially with a lot of the developments that have been happening over there as well. An exceptional rise of esports for Eternal Return over on the KR side of things, where they have been getting a lot more attention from the country itself, development of KEL, a lot more sponsor teams starting to come into the scene as well. This is going to be a good representation of where we are right now as a community over on the Korea side to see where these teams are standing and how much practice these guys have been going as well. It's not just ERM they're focused on, it's a lot of other things, but that practice is also going to get translated into this series too.
Absolutely, fundamentals and just experience carry over no matter what format you're playing in because nothing beats just raw server time in terms of just improving and honing the craft.
I swear to God, that fundamentals word has been plaguing my mind for the past couple of weeks. I know you probably know what I'm talking about. I know a lot of people also know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to specifically mention why, but you're absolutely correct. Fundamentals is going to be extremely important today. So I do hope that these teams are going to be able to handle all of that. And it's even aside from that too, it's not like we do these offline tournaments every single time we have a tournament nowadays either, right? So I think it's all going to be about the mental stage, just making sure that you do keep your cool. Communication is also going to be important, talking with your teammates. Strategies, we know these guys can play multiple compositions, but even if you play them in scrims, a tournament is a tournament nonetheless. It is going to be very, very different.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that because I was thinking one of the things I'd really love to see, at least from an ERM side, I think it would be really hard for maybe our Western production sides, but having like the ability to hear team comms sometimes,
I
like
know.
that would be fantastic because I think Eternal Returns forms of communication are actually very different compared to other games in the MOBA genre because you're so focused on target selection as we get into our countdown.
Yep, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. One more minute before Eternal Return Masters season finals begins. No audio just yet, but that's all good and dandy. I'm excited to see what the intro is going to look like because I think they always cook up something pretty fun for season finals. Oh my god, I've been waiting for this all season. But I say that every single season, but what else can you expect from me? I'm a caster.
Those are some fire cosplays, by the way. Shout out the people in the
I
crowd.
know. They're going absolutely turbo. Rio, Yuki over there as well, sitting next to each other. We are good to go. Oh my god. Alright, are we starting soon? Yes, we got 20 more seconds to go. Everybody, be excited. Oh boy. 13, 12, 11, and 10. Here we go, everybody.
Very, very exciting.
절망의 끝에선 폰에게 모든 영광을.
With that, the experiment begins. That's what it said on the screen, by the way. So once again, to all of you guys in the chat, welcome to the Eternal Return Masters Season 7 Season Finals. They are live, not us. We are live right here, but not live at the stadium. They're live at the Daejeon Stadium today with all of the audience watching from the backside. Season 7 Finals, there it is on our screen today and tomorrow. Let's bring it back over to us, Kaz, because we got a few things that we can talk about before we get started with the actual series itself, don't we?
Of course, we always have things to talk about. We can yap for hours, so
Yeah,
never a shortage of that.
For sure. All right, so let's get started with what the format is going to be looking like throughout the course of the weekend. They'll probably have it over on the Korean side of things, but I'm going to show you guys first, because why the heck not? Let's bring it over. Never mind, I apparently don't have the screen for it. All right, it's all good and dandy. Let's talk about the teams real quick then while I fix that. Okay, so let's bring it over. It's good, just going to be a little bit out of order today, but that's completely all right. So for today, we're going to have 8 teams that are going to be playing. It's just going to be a single standard best of 6 to determine which 4 teams are going to be moving on over onto day number 2. If you're here for the first time, season finals, for Eternal Return Masters is divided into 2 days. And throughout the course of the season, when you're playing in ERM phases, depending on the amount of circuit points you get, you are placed into certain brackets for the season finals. The teams that are on green are the ones that are guaranteed to play tomorrow for day 2 because they did so well throughout the regular season. The teams that are highlighted a little bit in that kind of peach color, they are all going to be the ones that are playing today. 8 teams: Seongnam Rocks, Daejeon Auto Arms, Daydream, New Rise Gangwon, Golden Light, Gwangju Slasher, Busan Vespa, as well as Team Pointy End will be joining us to see which 4 teams are going to be moving on to tomorrow to fight Insider, Always Incheon, DS Guardians, as well as FN Sejong. Your live, guys?
Yeah. No, I was actually
there
giving
you
you
go.
the time. But I think one of the things that viewers that have been recurrent, maybe not as much on the ERM side of the regular season, but finals, these are names you should recognize, even if the teams may be new, because we've had a lot more teams coming into ERM.
Indeed, yeah. It's been a while, I would say, since we were able to see this big of a swap up, though, throughout the course of the season. We saw a lot of... I actually mentioned this at the beginning of the season, too, but we saw a lot of roster swaps. We saw a lot of teams just kind of disappearing for other new teams to start making an appearance in the scene, too, which means this season finals is going to be almost completely different than what we saw before, not just in terms of meta, but also in terms of what is actually going to be happening, in my opinion. So, very excited to see what that's going to be looking like today across the board. As just give me one quick moment. I think I'm going to have to fix something to bring up what the actual heck is going on today to begin with. But while we talk about that, while we wait for that, Kaz, for today, the 8 teams that I talked about that are going to be playing today, are you familiar with any of them, and what kind of things are you expecting from those teams? Or if anything, I can let you talk about any of the teams you're excited to watch for today.
I feel like every team has a name that you should have in mind. Like, if you're looking at this list of players, this is not unfamiliar players to both the ERM stage, but also if you are a follower of Korean solo queue or Korean Eternal Return in general, these are players you should be able to recognize. So I think we are able to get the overview up for you.
Yep, I got it up right here. We're going to talk about it real quick because we are introducing the players. 2 days that we're going to have for the season finals. We already finished the LCQ over on the top left. We're in semifinals and the grand finals now for today and tomorrow. The champion prize pool, we can talk about that later. Road to Daejeon, blah, 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 blah. A bunch of days. Point matrix, same thing as usual. Let's go talk to the teams.
Yeah, but more important thing, because we can always talk about the format later for you guys as well.
Indeed, a little bit scuffed, but it's all good. The first team up on our screen today is going to be Pointy End, one of our teams that came up from the LCQ. It seems like they're actually going to be one of our Chinese teams, unless that team slogan is just put into Chinese for fun, I guess. I don't know what that says, unfortunately. I only know what the first and the second characters mean. The first one means heaven, and the second one means demon. That's about all I know. Other than that, Pointy End, I think they had an incredible showing during LCQ. We didn't really see them throughout the entire course of the season because they weren't even a team. But Pointy End, oh, actually, were they? I think they were. I might be mixing it up with another team. But either way, very excited to see what their performance is going to be looking like throughout the course of the weekend. And if they're able to make it to tomorrow, another season where yet another LCQ team can beat down all the ones that played throughout the regular season to make it to day 1.
Chinese team, but we definitely had some Korean players because I saw Bungwal on that team.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, right? Yeah, because it was Busan Vespa as the other LCQ team. You're absolutely correct. The other team was a full Korean team. They just had their team slogan over in Chinese, I suppose. It's all good and dandy. Second team up on the chopping block today is going to be Team Busan Vespa, our first place team during the LCQ. They were so dominant throughout the entire series that it was almost a battle just for that second place spot. 22nd for phase number 1 and 16th for phase number 2, with a team slogan of "It is still day." for this team. And hopefully it is, because Busan Bespa still has to show us quite a lot for a team that played quite a lot during the regular season, but unfortunately got relegated down into LCQ.
I mean, but coming out of LCQ is still a big deal, right? Showing up on this day is proving that they are able to hang with the best, and we'll just have to see how they perform today.
Exactly. The regular season results don't really matter as long as you're able to get through day one and somehow win day number 2 as well, right? The result is all that matters. What happened in the past just does not matter. Next team up on the block is going to be Team Gwangju Slasher, making their appearance one more time during ERM season finals, confront and take on. Thank you for having it in English. I can understand it. That is awesome. They're going to be our 10th seeded team with 340 points, 9th place in Phase 1, and 11th in Phase 2.
And this is a team name that you should recognize if you've been a frequent ERM viewer. I think some of these names, at least if not team names, player names, you should definitely be able to recognize because these are all star-studded lineups for sure.
Yeah, really excited to see what comps this team is going to be bringing out. They have a few that are pretty obvious when you look at what their team roster looks like. We're going to have some artists that could potentially be cooked by Anonymous. We also have Zika X-Boy as Yoho. We could even start seeing the Felix coming out today as well. Even though some of the changes that could benefit Felix, maybe even the Arda is not going to be showing up today specifically because that's a lot of the Season 8 related stuff. I really get excited whenever I watch this team playing Arda double user frontline, or even the, I think it's X-Boy that could also play the Felix as well. Nizuka can play it on top of it. They can even play the Bianca composition with X-Boy, which is a classic when it comes to rank.
Absolutely.
Next up on the block is going to be Team Golden Light. Oh boy, this is a team that I have so many things to talk about. I'm going to be so excited to kind of just go into the history of this team because, man, they don't have that much, but oh goodness gracious, is it quality over quantity. For the team slogan, let's see, individual lights collide to make one golden light. That is actually amazing. That is a great slogan. 360 points for the 9th seed they're going to be coming in for today. Phase 1, they got 6th place. In Phase 2, ended with a 14th place for this team.
That's one of the hardest team slogans. They just drop a proverb like you gotta love it. That's some real stuff.
Hey, listen, I'll take bangers any day, all right?
Absolutely. That was poetic. I mean, I'm impressed.
Exactly. Really glad to see Golden Light today. Hopefully they were able to show us the domination they showed throughout the entire course of the season, but that all comes down to them because they still have other teams they're going to have to deal with, just like the one that is coming up on our screen. It's going to be Team New Rise Kangwon, and man, oh man, this is one of the teams that actually started coming up this season specifically. Now, these players have played with each other in the past, but this is the first time I believe they were able to join in with a sponsor team this season. Maybe it was Season 6. I'm not exactly remembering sure correctly, but Phoenix Never Die is absolutely correct. Phoenix Park today, I hope he's going to be able to have some good results if he's going to be playing. What are they doing? Yo!
They pulling up with the set. I really like the little routine they got going on. I think we need more players doing this.
Might need to work a little bit on the coordination, but hopefully that's going to be all good and dandy during the actual games themselves. Glad to see that they're having fun, right? That's all that matters. In the end, this is a video game. Yes, we are in a tournament, specifically the season finals, but if the players aren't having fun, what's the point, right?
Gotta have love of the game. That's honestly the key to making sure that these high-stress situations aren't as stressful and you're able to play your game. I mean, you've heard every coach ever say, like, pretend it's scrims or pretend it's whatever. It really does matter, right? Like, being able to unwind and take off the tension by just having a good time.
Exactly. And I did notice that it is the demo dance, but there's 3 of them, so who's the 3rd one?
Teaser character.
Teaser character. Yeah, maybe they're leaking it to us without even realizing it. Well, here we go, team. There is the next team that is going to be coming up on our screen here. Their signature red color. I say signature, but this is also the first time that we're really going to be seeing this team up on the chopping block for season finals. Daydream. This is going to be pretty interesting for how this team is going to operate. A 7th seed with 430 points, 8th place for both Phase 1 and Phase number 2 was enough to get them to the slot. But their team slogan, it just says, Vanya just rested. I don't know what that means.
Have they been playing the Vanya? I don't think I've seen a lot of Vanya when I've been watching VODs.
Yeah, there was a couple here and there throughout the course of the season. Now, maybe that team slogan is something that we're going to be able to keep an eye out for Team Daydream throughout the entire course of the series. Not exactly sure, but very excited to be able to see this team as well. A team that was pretty solid, 8th place for both of the phases during the regular season is really consistent, especially considering how competitive this season was. So very excited to see Team. Team up on the board. We should be almost done here. It's going to be Team Daejeon Auto Arms. Now, this is a team that I don't even need to talk about, do I? Everybody in the chat knows this team because of the fact that we have Sadhan coming back onto the scene. Loken, Taekyung, and Cinema, an absolutely star-studded roster. The 6th seed coming in at 490 points, 5th and 9th place for Phase 1 and Phase 2 respectively. I'm not entirely sure what the team slogan is. Again, I'm not too fluent in Chinese, but the two that looks very similar that means big, but that's all I know.
So another team choosing to do that was Chinese characters, correct? Like another team electing to do. Is there a reason for it?
I'm not entirely sure. I think so Korean was originally derived from Chinese, so there's a little bit of kind of like a mixed history when it comes to language and being able to intermix some of them. So. Not entirely sure, but either way, let's go on to our next team. Seongnam Rocks is also a team that we really don't need to talk about. They have been a staple for such a long time. They'd actually end up swapping some of the players this season specifically over to Saten, Curry, Belzer, and Hyunggi, but that does not detract from how good of a roster this is. With the team slogan of Paragon coming in as our 5th seed, with 620 points, 13th and the 1st for Phase 1 and Phase 2 respectively. An absolute powerhouse that a lot of teams are going to have to deal with today in Day 1.
Yeah, and I think it's really important that first shows for Phase 2, right? Because that means they're coming in hotter, right? It's a lot more impactful when your most recent performance is the star performance, right?
Yeah.
And so that is something that the teams are going to have to consider coming into the lobby tonight.
Absolutely. It's going to be an incredible run today, but those are our 8 teams introduced for day number 1. Of course, out of these 8 teams, we're going to have 4 that will continue to move on into day number 2. But for you and I, Kaz, it's just yapping time. We're going to be able to watch some good games of Eternal Return today because I know these teams have been practicing quite a lot. I've been keeping track of the KR Scrim side of things. And man, oh man, even the KR Scrim side is working hard to make sure these players can get as much practice as possible. Really excited to see what the result is going to be looking like today.
Absolutely. And honestly, it is always fun as somebody who is coming from the Western audience to just see how much more developed often the metas are in KR. We are often, slide me your homework. I'll change a little bit and make it look like my own type of fare when we're coming from either the European, South American, or North American audience, right? We all look to the ERM players for inspiration on meta directives and just how to play the game in general. So it's going to be really interesting to see, again, a more refined meta, right? We've had a little more time with this season, right? And that does matter, right? And they're also, like you mentioned earlier, practicing while the season is still live, right? This is the current season they're playing. So even if they're playing solo queue on a new patch, the game is not drastically different. Maybe some characters are in and out, but the way you play the map and everything is staying consistent no matter what form of practice they're getting.
Yeah, for sure. That's what really matters today, I think, across the board, because even if you do get the practice too, by the way, I know you've been talking quite a lot about that, it's the execution part that I think it really matters. You can practice all you want and make sure that everything that you want to do is in the back of your mind, but it's the execution part that really matters today. And with an environment that a lot of these players are probably not going to be too familiar with, the entire stadium itself, having the audience around you, I think the execution of that practice is really going to matter today as well. So, talking about a lot of things when it comes to theoreticals for the teams that are lining up for us today, but across the board, we've seen these players, we've seen these teams throughout the entire course of the season, regular season, LCQ, we've seen them all. Even if you've been keeping track of KAL, by the way, you might have been able to see some of these teams playing even more series with a very, very limited character roster selection. So we know what's up. We know what's up throughout the course of the season. So, for those of you guys in the chat, we are live. I and Kaz I'm hoping you are, Kaz, am keeping track of chat, we're seeing what you guys are typing in there. Let us know which teams you guys are supporting today. I saw some people already supporting Team Daejeon Auto Arms, which is obviously going to be happening. The Auto Arms is such a popular team throughout the course of the season. But if there's any other teams that you guys are rooting for, then please let us know. And please make it known in the chat too, because Korean people do watch the stream, and I can guarantee it. I guarantee it this time. Somebody actually asked me about that, so yes. Let us know which teams you guys are supporting, okay?
That is, yeah, I think showing support and also just showing up globally, right? Reminding that our viewers, or the viewers here, are supporting our friends across the globe is really important, right? We kept that same culture with when we had a bigger Worlds Invitational, right? So it's really important that we show that the Western audience is just as engaged with our global pals.
For sure. Kaz, I believe we're about to get started with game number 1. I do see some messages in the chat. Don't worry about it. I'll start looking into that in just a moment. I thought we had to manually put a delay today. I know they didn't type it in, but I guess I'm not sure. We'll figure it out later down the road. If I need to start adjusting some stuff later down the road during the break, I'll do that. Don't worry about it. We can catch up with the rest of the world if we need to. But for now, over on this side of things, let's get started. If you guys are in the chat and you guys are keeping track of other streams, don't spoil it. If that's the case, I'll try to catch up maybe after game number 2 if we need to do it during the break. So don't worry about that. I'll see if I can sort all that out when we need to do it. But for right now, at least for the ones here on the stream, let's take a look at what we have for our character selections. I do see a couple of Priya starting to come through, a couple of Rios, but I don't necessarily see any bans specifically off the top of my eye right now. What do you think, Kaz? You see any?
I'm seeing a Marcus ban actually.
1, 2, and the 3. You are absolutely correct.
And honestly, seeing some of these comps coming out, I'm really not surprised. I think stylistically, I think supports have been pretty strong this season. And then obviously a backline marksman. And honestly, a lot of these flavors have been, I mean, probably came from KR originally, but you've seen it also if you've been watching ERCC or ERCS finals at all. You see even a comp that the Moldivers were borrowing from with the Nikki, Johan, and Theodore. There's a lot of, and I think obviously the Priya has been pretty strong this entire season, I'd have to say. And then Marcus is one of the premier frontline tanks on the patch.
Yeah, I didn't really keep track of what the tactical skills were. I don't think we can really do that on the character selection screen they show us, but I'm going to be keeping track of it throughout the entire course of this game because you're absolutely correct. I think Priya has been a powerhouse throughout the course of the season, not just because of how good she is at absorbing initiations, but also how good she is at kind of peeling your entire team with the flowers that bloom onto the ground. The bonus movement speed is absolutely insane, but as we zoom into the hockey puck, as we always do for tradition on the Eternal Return Masters, we're going to get started with game number 1 out of the 6 that we're going to be playing today. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
Yeah, and on that point about Priya, I just think Priya's kit is so strong in a competitive format where you're getting the value out of everything, right? You're getting the value out of her pretty consistent poke damage, getting the utility out of the flowers, getting utility out of the movement speed, the shields, and then also just the insane zone control that Echoes of the Earth provide. It's just a very roundabout kit for a coordinated environment where people are going to be positioning to take advantage of their Priya.
Yeah. Alright, well, is anyone gonna get killed pretty early? Nodanel is trying his best to run away from quite a lot of things. I don't think he's gonna be able to because it's a Soul Stealer plus a Priya. Yes, it may be early game, but it's enough movement speed for the Marcus to fall down. Still in a little bit of trouble himself as well, about to get taken down unless the Johan comes in to save him. The health bar on the Nikki a little bit low. Is it gonna be traded out against the Nadine? She's eating food and it's just not gonna be the case. I think it'll be a 2-0 coming in for Team Pointy End. Yes, it is. A great start for that team.
And obviously, we're seeing that classic day 1, really aggressive tempo. I think this is just ever since the changes where you cannot risk a full wipe before day 2, and even when it was night 2, we've just seen teams just willing to farm these points, right? Take the aggressive. Ooh, unfortunate. Sadhan actually being able to save their teammate. It's pretty big for them. And then there was a trade going out. I think. Oh no, that was on Curry on the bottom. So we are seeing another fight going on in Uptown. Belzer is trying to run away. Might be running into Daejeon Auto Arms in a bit, unless it's another Priya coming in. No, that is Cinema. Might be able to finesse the kill if they pick it up on time, but they did not actually see it. So that will be a kill going over to Team Daydream.
Alright, these early game fights is what I've been looking for. Still, phase number 1, right? Day 1, night 1, teams do not fully wipe, so whatever kill that you can get, they will add to your overall point score, even if it's by just half. I'm still trying to run away, but the Daikyu bow shot is going to follow through, and as we hit night number 1, teams still have yet to fully group up for the entire lobby. Look at our minimap right now. 2 members for Team New Rise Con stuck together. The Justine actually going to be spawning somewhere else around the map with that satellite drone they were able to get. Looking for a safe spot to try, looking for a bit more of that farm, but the kill over onto the Kadia just comes instantaneously. Kwangju Slasher with the double frontline is able to just assassinate the Kadia, get away with it. That means New Rise Con in a little bit of trouble in the earlier stages of the game. They're playing Kadia Justina, a comp we saw quite a lot at the beginning of the season, but started to fall out. They might need to snowball pretty early, but with this kind of a start, they might have it rough.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I'm noticing on the... Oh wait, as we see, Kwangju Slasher going to be able to probably pick up another kill on No Down Now. I don't think No Down Now has any chance of running out, but was able, yeah, X-Boy with the collapse, able to pick it up. And that is obviously really beneficial for a team that wants to get the snowball running. When you're running this double melee and Arda composition, you definitely want that high tempo game, right? Throughout the whole game. And it does have the nature to make really explosive high kill games if you can get the ball rolling.
For sure. Alright, well, we got 30 seconds to go until day number 2 is going to pop. That means the first spawn of our objectives for our season finals. Which teams are going to be able to get advantage of it? We have quite a lot of teams in this lobby right now that are pretty scale heavy, so these early game objectives are going to be pretty nice. I don't really see any ones that are supposed to be super aggro early on. Hyungi trying to dodge out on everything will still end up getting taken down. I believe that was by the Astra Burst. Belzer about to get taken down too. This happening right before objective spawn means that Songnam Rocks is probably not going to be able to contest it. They don't even have satellite radar for the beginning of day number 2. Taehyung in a little bit of trouble himself, trying to stay alive. He's got the bookmark on him, but Sadhan is still trying to pick up the meteorite unless a turn starts coming on through. No, this is still is going to be able to pick up a kill. This might not be looking too good. Rajner going to get taken down, and that is going to be Sadhan just jumping on in there with the flangers to get the 2-kill exchange for the 1 plus the meteorites. A huge win for Songnam Rocks, I would have to say, during day number 2. I apologize.
And just really well played by the rest of Auto Arms to buy that time for Sad Hands, not only to get the meteorite, but also get the craft off before actually any of them are going down. So the turn is pretty immediate afterward.
Two Marcuses fighting up against each other, but Belzer by himself. Over on the right side, still more fighting going on inside of Fire Station as teams are just not letting up on the pressure at all. We are still 8 teams strong, but 5 people are dead right now. I saw 19. It's day number 2, guys. Teams can wipe. Rage Uppercut coming on through. Beautiful buffer from Insane to get out of that one. And now Daydream stuck in a really awkward situation as the entirety of Team Yurai's Gangwon wants to sandwich in on this. Noda now pushing away the 2 backline dealers. That means Hesiel is caught by himself. You are not running away from a Justina, and there is also the last shot to just completely seal the deal. Good kill coming through from Team New Rise Gangwon. They're going to be able to secure a 1 for themselves, and that's the first kill of the game they're going to be able to get.
And we do see a fight breaking out, and we do see the signature fireball coming out, and a lot of damage coming out pretty early. We do see the stasis coming out from the Piolo, but unfortunately, the fight was just a little too quick for Anonymous. I think Anonymous was not able to actually set up any Nimrod gates, so when you're not actually getting that immediate backline access, ooh, that's not good. But if you're not able to get that immediate backline access, it's pretty hard for that comp to maybe play into in a William engage plus Sorensol on the Cicella, plus plus Rosner on the Suwa. This is just a team composition that they play quite often, and they were able to just get all the damage off in pretty quick succession, so no real threat on top of the backliners, and then William is just so mobile anyways. Once the fireball's out, it's gonna be really hard to lock him down.
Another fight potentially brewing up on the northern side. It is night number 2. Temple has a lot of value, especially for someone like a Nadine that wants to continue building up their stacks, maybe looking for a little bit of Anima Reaper stacks here as well. Whichever team wins this fight, by the way, is going to get the Alpha plus all the Mutant Bears over on the right side. Who's going to be able to start the fight off? Biore in a whole heap of trouble. Has to use the Astra Burst to dodge out against the Alpha, trying to swing over onto the side, but swings yet again, it just does not matter. Sardabi is the first one to fall. Unfortunately, Alpha's going to recess, so Yurai's Gangwon is not going to be able to take advantage of the kill they managed to get onto the Estelle. But still, this puts a really awkward spot over onto Point DN. Pungwa caught in the corridor, blinks straight into a laser. Can he still stay alive against this, though, is the question. The bear is targeted onto him, but the laser is going to finish him off. Riori will be able to clean that up. Zuru, luckily, is able to get out, so Point DN not going to be able to find their end in night number 2, but that's a lot of advantages going into the hands of Team Rise Kangwon. As I mentioned, Mutant Bears, Alpha, you get everything during the north side for that team.
And that is a huge tempo swing, as we do see Hessel trying to get on top of the heart, and we do see the ultimate coming out, and it is just going to be a pretty easy turn for HG2, all things considered. I just don't think that, given that I assume it's a pretty takey-nicky, there's just not enough damage online, as we do see Sadhan going down to Anonymous and Zika. And in general, I'd say the tempo of this game has been really, really high. There's so many kills going on. Are we almost at 20? We might be more than 20 on this.
Yeah.
I'm not doing the math that quickly.
It's so hard to do it now, right?
Yeah, I'm like scanning across the bottom of the screen, like left to right, like as fast as possible. We have to be above 20. It's a very, very high tempo game.
Everybody's been looking for picks. Now everybody's looking for team fights. It is insane the amount of pressure that these teams are putting on Lumia Island right now. But it's more incredible for me that nobody has died yet. There's been so many fights that seem to be so close, but one person just barely hobbles away. We saw it at the north side with Pseudo and the Nadine just hobbling away after the fight inside a temple. And while it was a great split, I think, from Team Rise Kangwon to maybe capitalize on the kill they got to the Estelle, still just barely wiggling their way out of there was the Nadine. We are still 8 teams strong going into day number 3. This is going to be an incredible series. Everybody is already so pressured out right now that they're already having to be careful. This is just game number 1. There is no practice.
And this isn't a checkmate format, right? So every game actually has a much more significant swing on those 8th places, right? You don't really have that room to take as many aces as you do. Oh my goodness, look at the damage going out on HG2. Really aggressive going in, but I guess you have to when you have a composition like this. The cancel does go on to Soul Valby, but I don't think you're going to be able to get another cancel again. The Astral Burst coming out, look at that damage, so close. And now we see that, oh my goodness, actually, the Nadine is going to go down. That was actually really well played, and I do think actually, all things considered, Golden Light ends up on top. I would not have assumed that after seeing Soul Valby get the res off.
This is insane. Yeah, a great reaction coming from the Justina. Youngman still trying to push on through because they know they're trying to get the res over onto the kiosk. But Serdavi is still sitting up at the front. Youngman needs to be careful about this because if he's not, he can honestly get taken down on his own. He actually ends up using a dash of color by himself, and he's so isolated from the rest of his team. There's slows, there's stuns, everything coming on through. Fancy trying to pressure out Zuru. He does end up getting enough damage to push him out. There is the Peacemaker coming in as well, but the combination is something we see all the time. 2 members down for Pointy, and then I think that's it. 3 seconds is not enough as Fancy follows through. A beautiful combination from Team Golden Light, and that's why I wanted to talk about this team. You just saw it in practice.
Absolutely, and we do see a huge fight coming out from Tetron Auto Arms onto going to Slasher, and they are going to be able to Nimrod's Gate out, but again, we're just seeing so much aggression, and so many teams close to wiping. I mean, we saw Pony N go down really, really quickly, and I had to say the turn was so good from Golden Light that they were able to turn what a fight that I thought in a 3v2 you definitely lose to a 2v2, and then was able to get the chase off, and I think so much time was bought by Yoman that they were able to actually get the full wipe off. And now we do see Team Rocks in a pretty precarious situation. Does get marked by the yellow, no follow-up, but I think in general, this is a pretty hard composition to play neutral into. You do have the Prius shields to mitigate some of the damage, but if Fancy gets engaged on, that is the Astral Burst going down. That's a huge cooldown, and now Curry is going to push the advantage. That is a full itemized
baited.
Rio. Oh my goodness, the bait. The full rainbow does come out with that clear. Yeah, that was actually so good. The full rainbow sectioning off Belzer from the rest of the backline, and now Gangnam Rocks is gonna have to take the retreat. I think Golden Time will just take the Omega as the reward, but we do see Rocks trying to still contest. I don't know why Curry's feeling very, very bold right now. They do have a res. Oh, they do have the that's right. The re-engage might be coming out, but there's a lot of cooldowns going out from Team Golden Light, but I think they will be able to retreat.
Yeah, a huge momentum coming in favor of Team Golden Light. These guys just cannot do any wrong during night number 3, day number 3 at all. Totem going to be popped pretty early for the Piolo, but the problem is that William still got the fastballs going, and he's just ripping through the health bars of Gwangju Slasher or Anonymous. I talked about this comp earlier today where we need to look at this Arda, but it just is not going to be enough. Look at his timer hobbling away on single digits already. There is a minute for him to get out of school, but there is a long pathway down until he can res his team. And quite frankly, a long path, I say a long amount of time as well. Their credits are in absolute shambles. Gwangju Slasher is going to be put down early into the grave for game number 1.
And they're looking quite broke. It's going to be a pretty long time before you get your full team up, and that is so much tempo loss. As we do see the mirror match between seeing Sungnam Rocks and Daejeon Auto Arms. Both teams looking pretty strong. Sad hands on a call. Oh, what a great dodge coming out as Belzer gets flipped into the team. Oh my goodness.
Bell bars! Oh!
What a flip on Youngmi, but actually the turn comes out, and I do think it's just a bit of an item check. I think it looked to me like Sungnam Rocks had a little more transitions, and so the damage was just not there to meet it, even though I think there was a pretty good combo of the flip into the Echoes of the Earth. It just wasn't enough, and Hyungyu was able to stay alive.
Yeah, and for a mirror matchup, you need better items and you need better mechanics in order to be able to play it out. And while Team Daejeon Auto Arms didn't necessarily play that wrong, they were just completely outclassed by Team Sungnam Rocks, juking literally everything that they were trying to throw, and the auto attack peel-ins were so good from Sungnam Rocks that Daejeon Auto Arms could not handle it. Marcus is going to be down on the ground right now too. Cinema and Sad Hands in a whole heap of trouble. Sungnam Rocks does not want to let this go. Sad Hands in a whole heap of trouble himself. Down he goes. That's a minus 600 for this team, assuming they can even make it. There's cameras everywhere. Cinema's in a whole heap of trouble. Belzer, can he get the burger flip on? No, he cannot. Will take the jump pad over, but I don't think there's much left for Team Daejeon Auto Arms, especially when this happens. Another burger flip coming through. Cinema is dead. That's our second team gone. Daejeon Auto Arms down in 7.
Looking like very sad hands right now, but Gwangju Slasher, I believe it was Nazika going down. Again, they just got res and they're back down because I think Team Daydream was able to get a pick on with the pure rage uppercut. So Anonymous is now again a straggler with no money to buy his team. This is a disastrous game, but honestly, from the spot you're at, a 6th place isn't even that bad because you're just so broke.
Yeah, the thing is though, I'm looking at the overall point totals, for everybody across the board right now. It's not even that bad for Team Daejeon Auto Arms because everybody's been so aggressive. Anonymous completely split away by himself, but it doesn't matter as a third party is going to come through. Belzer using the smash to smithereens to get out of there, and you will be able to, but the problem is there's another team on the backside. Echoes of the Earth also invested for that team as well. Ultimate Economy is just in the dirt for Team Sungnam Rocks, trying to escape from literally everything. There's a yellow-blue landing over onto the Rio, the stun coming on through as well. Peacemaker online, and the push again! The standard combo is just here over and over again for Team Golden Light. Another masterclass of how to play this composition. We've seen it throughout the entire course of the season, but they finessed it with the Justina. Amazing play.
Honestly, HD2, the way HD2 plays the heart really reminds me of Fauna and the Gyeongnam Sparkle comp, where you just see the marksman just go so deep and have a life-saving cooldown to kind of start a fight and bait a lot of cooldowns. And the way they've been using the Peacekeeper is just insane. The Peacemaker.
Yeah, and the fact that you're able to even get it out, right, up against all of that, still have the mental capacity to be able to proc that ultimate exactly at the right time. You make the call, the full rainbow comes through, as well as the expulsion shot comes through. But let's see how this fight goes. Again, we have another Marcus mirror matchup. This time around, the DPSs on the backs that are a little bit different. Fiori landing a lot more lasers, and the auto attacks that Courier is able to put out. Belzer's timer looking like it's in shambles. They're going to have to completely get out. Luckily, Cemetery is not a zone that's going to be closing, but they're being pushed away. There's so many teams inside the zone that you have to be careful. Daydream trying to duke it out up against Golden Light over in the left side of Cemetery. You have to be careful about this. Even if you've got the Theo, even if you've got the Nikki, this team composition is very dangerous to fight into. As we are seeing, Daydream is being extremely careful about this. Stun into everything. There's the pure rage uppercut coming out, but it's way too late. Peacemaker also out as well. Golden Light are just playing this like an absolute boss, but standing behind the laser, you're trying to fight into this. What are you doing, Golden Light? Full rainbow is just good. No, the lasers are still there. The full swing was there too, but I don't think it's enough for Team Daydream. They get pushed away with the explosion shot, and another team wipe. But Team Golden Light, they're sitting on 17.5. What is this team? They have completely activated from game number 1. My goodness, Golden Light are on an absolute stampede throughout Lumia Island.
And you got, like, every fight, their 2v3s are immaculate. I think every player is so good at baiting cooldowns, and then the rest of the team is so good at following up on it. You've seen it with HD2, you've seen it with Yeoman. Like, the follow-up is incredible, even when it looks like the fight is doomed, like one player's about to go down. The other two just immediately activate and turn so much damage. That's kind of the strength of this triple damage comp, is there, even if you get one threat down, there's still two others you have to deal with.
Yeah, this is amazing. I genuinely am amazed at how well these teams are playing right now, and they're going to continue again, now looking for yet another fresh fish they have in their sights. It's going to be Team Songnam Rocks. Good damage exchange coming through from the Justina. Belzer has to run away from this as well. Thing Corridor makes it really rough to dodge out on some of these lasers, but in the end, at least they're able to get out. With Hospital opening, Belzer still sitting on some really low timers of his own. I think that's what's a saving grace, that Hospital is open. It's going to close in about a minute, but just for the duration of day number 5, it does give a little bit of an opening for Team Rice Kangwon to get out. It's huge. Sorry, Songnam Rocks.
And we do see that Team Busan and Vespa is going in, and that is so much damage! What a great escape, though. The fireball coming out, but a little too late, but Rosner's ready to go, and Scherzo starting with the girl on bubble, jumping over immediately. Now we do see Rosner giving the chase to Belzner. You have to assume that with the blink coming out, that's going to go down. And does Team Slasher actually know? No, probably not. The Curry is there? No. Okay, they will get away. And I'm amazed that Slasher is still alive, honestly, given how behind they were in this game.
Yeah, what does Songnam Rocks have now, though? There's 15 seconds to go, 7 seconds of timer left on Curry. They're going to have to walk into something, and I think with the position they're in now, it has to be Stream, but I know for sure that the Fiora has a good amount of information. Just going to soar over the wall, try to walk back in towards Pond. Luckily, there is no information here, so at least Songnam Rocks will be able to keep themselves alive for a little bit longer, but they're in shambles. There's nothing else they can do. Their cards are completely gone. Their hand is empty at this point, so for Songnam Rocks, it's all about placement now. Maybe a couple of teams can take the fall before they go, but as a Rio, you don't have too many escapes, especially if Gwangju Slashers is hanging around here. Another fight inside a cemetery. Golden Light pushed away this time up against Team New Rise Kangwon. HG2 taken down to about 30 HP. They will reset and look for another one.
I do think that maybe the items are a little hard for Team Golden Time to directly contest with. Riori is on that. Yeah, Riori is on the blood crossbow, and that is so much damage coming out. And in a direct neutral fight, the Heart can't really trade with this, as we do see that there's a bit of like a 2v1 and another 2v1 going on. But I'd have to say that the positioning is going to Team Golden Light, and this is pretty big because this is not a team comp you want to fight into. So Nondal is going to have to do a really good job of making space for Insane and Riori to walk up. As the re-engage, ooh, yeah, that Soul Stealer is not what you want, because you weren't actually able to get onto Yeoman, and now I feel like Golden Light is going to try to push their lead a little bit. You do see No Doubt Al is about 75% HP, and look at that poke damage. A complete whip that is disastrous. The stun into wall will go off, and you do see a decent amount of damage coming out. A piece right here coming out so perfectly timed, but Riori's going to push the advantage now. We do see, wait, oh, Insane was able to trade out the autos, and now it's Yeoman versus Insane, and I think, oh wait, Yeoman wasn't able to land this. So sad. Really close fight though, all things considered.
Yeah, that was really, really close, but in the end, Golden Light will get taken down by Team New Rise Kangwon. Such a close fight between the two, but of all the things that was alive, it's the Kadia, the one character from that entire roster that probably outranges Atia, outpressures Atia as well, but they're going to just full send it. I don't know if this is the right call, but they're just going to go for it. Totem really early on, and Riori is in zero pressure. There's the parry coming through. Fiora is going to get taken down. A big blunder from Team Gwangju Slashers. They thought they had it, but the cooldowns from New Rise Kangwon was back up, and the Piolo was way too isolated. This is going to be the art of falling down. We should see the final two teams being New Rise Kangwon and Busan Vespa both above that double-digit kill and the team score at this point. They're looking for a little bit more. So for Team New Rise Kangwon, by the end of this, they're going to be looking for, what is that? 16 plus 1, that's going to be 17. No, actually that's plus 2. So they're going to be at 18 points, looking for 24. And Busan Vespa is going to be looking for 19, a huge value game coming out for both of these teams that are alive. Now, you do want to get that first place, of course. It's just game number 1, but a solid start in a season finals day number 1 is going to be a very, very good way to keep your morale up for the rest of the series.
So really, I feel like this final fight is going to come down to how good the Marcus is at preventing or creating enough space so that the backliners can hit for free. There is a little bit of a range advantage, the tiniest bit, I think, going to New Rise getting one. But when you have a Sisela that is that X factor that immediately can threaten so much damage. And honestly, at this point, if someone lands a well, you are dead. You're just gonna have the signature fireball and then the Odyssey to follow up. So you have to play this really, really well if you are the backliner of the United.
Yeah, the one saving grace here is that it is throw. The smoke screen goes completely wide, but Min is now going to be free firing those auto attacks. Look at him just go to the backside, just dodges against the Marcus as well, but he still gets taken down. I don't know how the heck that happened. It's a trade 1-for-1 between the back line as well as the front line for these two teams. But down to the Sisela and the Sua. U-Rise Gangwon, they are down their front line. There is no one to pressure the Sisela anymore. Can they actually outrange this? That is the question. It is late game Sisela, full transitions, plus the Chaser online. How the heck do you push against this tight corridor? Bookmark in, and there's a knockup coming through. Oh my god, that armor piercing almost killed Insane. So they're gonna have to reset again, take their timers once more. 20, maybe somewhere like 17, 18 seconds before Insane is gonna be back up to fighting capacity. They're stuck in a tight corridor once again. 20 seconds for Team Busan Vespa. Riora's just gonna blink on him, but it's responded in kind with a girl in a bubble. They're trying to take advantage of it, but there's the play with us, and the game is just over. No responses whatsoever. Cleanly done from Busan Vespa. It's a 1-for-3 exchange, but in the end, first place for Busan Vespa with 19.5 GGs.
Rosner played that incredibly. Just so much pressure on the backline throughout the entire fight. Wasn't really ever able to set up a genuine front to back. There was no honest front to back. It was just Rosner beating up on any backliner that was a little off position. You saw Riori try to go for a little bit of maybe a wrap, and then immediately Rosner just went straight in, and then that caused the trade for Noda now and the William. And once, if you're trading the front line, and then there's nobody to keep the Suha off your back line, and then also this entire time Soul is posturing with the Wilson, it's impossible to walk in, even if you have a slight range advantage with Riori on the Justina.
So strange to say that when it's a Justina Katia, right? A lot of times they're considered one of the more longer range mages as well as ADCs, but up against the Sisela, who has a little bit more versatility thanks to the AoE she's able to provide with Wilson, it's so much harder to walk up against that, and of all the places, it was tight corridors. Now, I did see some of the people in chat talking about delay, so I'm actually going to bring it straight over onto the scores because I'm going to just catch back up to the stream here. Sorry about that, guys. Here is the scores up on your screen. Golden Light with 20.5, Busan Vespa with 19.5, U-Rise Gangwon at 19. So the top three is actually really, really close to each other. And then everybody else is pretty close to each other as well. Just sub 10, which is completely fine. It's just game number 1. And once again, as you guys can see, top 4 will be moving on today. So yeah, this is a start and a half, I will say, for ERM. I'm loving the way that it's going right now. We saw so many teams looking for picks early on, a lot of teams looking for aggression early on, but he dying until day 3, and then starting from there, we just continuously, one by one, cut these teams down.
And yeah, shout out to Golden Light, their aggression, even if, and again, it was a really close fight with the Justina Katya and Marcus team. Even then, even though they went down in, I believe, 3rd, it didn't matter, right? Because it just racked up so many kills.
Oh, what a way to finish game number 1. That's game number 1, Cass. And I'm already out of breath. Are you kidding me right now, man? We had so many fights. We had so many explosive things happening, especially with how Golden Light was playing game number 1, that I'm already exhausted, dude. And we have 5 more to go.
It was a surprising amount of aggression. I know that we often do talk about how day 1 and night 1 lack consequence, really, as long, like, you can't wipe. So the only thing you lose is a little bit of tempo. But in the tournament format, those points outweigh like the risk of maybe losing a little bit of farm, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, but even all things considered, that was an insanely aggressive early game.
Yeah, ludicrously aggressive. It's almost to the point where it really makes you think that this is scrims. You were talking about it earlier about how some coaches tell their players, consider it a scrims. That's the feeling I got from these guys. There is just no practice. There is no safety net whatsoever. From game number 1, these guys are rearing to go, absolutely ready to just throw it down with everybody else in the lobby. And when you have 8 teams that are doing the exact same thing from the start of the lobby, well, you know what's going to happen, and we saw it happen during game number 1. Super excited to see if that's going to continue over and over again. And I'm saying super excited a lot today And that's because I am. How do you not get excited about these games after seeing what a conundrum game 1 was for quite literally everyone in that lobby?
Yeah, and I really did like watching some of these fights because we're just seeing very, very unique styles coming out from some teams. Obviously, we saw a lot of Marcus coming out, but like Team Golden Light, they're playing a comp that I don't think a lot of people are putting on the map. But we do usually have at least one really solid triple range pilot, our team piloted by a team in our ERM, and they really did pilot it fantastically. The fight they lost was maybe what, a like 300 HP difference, if that.
Yeah, it was so close. It was so close.
And so those knife edge kind of team compositions are just so exciting to watch because the risk and the reward are very, very high.
Oh boy, I wonder if those things are going to happen again for game number 2, and it probably will, because the only thing banned out for game number 2 is going to be the Marcus. So there is a part of me that kind of thinks that we might be ending up seeing yet another Piolo, because we do have Auto Arms that's going to be playing in here. Taking has been really liking that character as of late. I've also been able to pick up that character thanks to his gameplay style. We'll see if it does end up happening. A sunny day for game number 2 for Lumia Island. Let's see what we end up having for our character selects. We do have the Piolo coming back again for Nizuka. They've done Auto Arms, Taekyeon considering the Ekion. This is another character that I think has been kind of slept on throughout the course of the season, and I joke with all the time with my friends that Ekion is weak still because he just consistently needs buffs. But there has been a lot of quality of life, and we're seeing it. Look at that. That's going to be a fan favorite. Sad hand on the Razi. This time around, going to be able to support the Ekion a lot closer than a lot of people might think. This is an explosive comp despite just having a Justina to cover the back end.
I think Razi is like the perfect marksman character for that kind of frontliner style that Ekion offers, right? You kind of want a dive buddy, right? You want somebody who is going to play that really brawlery because you make so much space. But the thing is, you make space by pushing them really far back. So you want somebody who keeps walking with you, right? And can kind of do that very dueling style of gameplay. And I think, I mean, who's better at dueling on a marksman than the Ghost Sad Hands? Let's be real here.
Yeah.
This guy's a walking highlight reel.
Yep, everybody's been looking forward to being able to see Sad Hands play today, and you know what? He is going to deliver. Let's see what their performance in Game 2 is looking like, because their performance in Game 1 was cut a little bit short, unfortunately falling down in 7th place. If they can make that a whole lot better and show us some good plays while we're doing it, we are on a good roll. Here we go, guys. Zooming in onto the hockey puck, we are going to start going in onto Game number 2 to determine which 4 teams are going to be moving on out of the 6 games that we have for today. And of course, because this is Game number 2, we are going to have an even number of games played, so we're going to go to a break after this. I'm going to sort out a couple things with our producers on the backside, because they still haven't responded to me. I just kind of went ahead and put the stream, caught it up to everybody else, just because I want you guys to have the best experience possible. If I do need to delay it, then I'll do it again later down the road. Otherwise, we will keep it as is. But for now, just sit back and relax. Game 2 is a go.
Yeah, and as we get into game, obviously we are going to have to see some teams pivot off the Marcus, and I think each team that pivoted off the Marcus has a different answer to what this frontliner should be, right? We have the Mai coming out, we have the Yuki coming out, and then we have the Ekion coming out. And I mean, I don't know about you, but none of those frontliners play even remotely similar to each other.
Yeah. Well, you know what? At this point, you might have to consider a change in strategy because of that, right? And that's one of the things that we were talking about early on, is the execution of some of these playstyles going to actually come through, because there's a lot of variables when it comes to playing in ERM, especially when you get to the point where some of these frontliners are just so meta. So many players are going to be looking for it. We saw what the Marcus was able to do with a lot of these pick potentials coming through, the smashes, smithereens, with the burger flip, always over and over again. The pressure is always going to be there, but now that you don't have access to that, what is your game plan? As so many people, once again, is finding picks across the board. Sad Hands, unfortunately, auto-attacking the plant. I don't think that was in this plan, but either way, he's going to get taken down. Sungnam Rocks picking up a couple kills for themselves, 2 already in their hands. There's an Auto Arms with 1, Daydream with 1, Kwangju Slasher with 1, but we're still going to continue, because of course we are. We saw it in Game 1.
Yeah, I might be Sad Hands' biggest defender, because I actually thought that was intentional to pressure cure.
How you think?
I don't know, but you know, when you're a player of that skill, you know, those misclicks, are we gonna be able to turn this on Fancy? The Asher Burst is down. Is there a blink available for Sadhan? This actually could be a relatively close. You get one good blink off. Yeah, he's gonna look to turn it, and the turn is gonna so close. I don't think he actually was able to get the vault off on the damage, so did end up eating the damage from the
Yeah, I don't think so either. Cinema is not going to be able to take the bear. Unfortunately, reset right before and he ran out of his laser gauge. Insane going to get caught out by the Moon Dorado just at the tip. Will get taken down. Pointy N picking up a couple kills for themselves, which, by the way, I saw it earlier during the team post, not the team poster, sorry. There was a fan poster that was made. I forgot that Pointy N was the team that made it into season finals by playing the Hisui, but we're not starting with that today. Did she get nerfed in the current patch yet?
Honestly,
the current patch, but I mean the last patch, right? 1.4, I think it was 9.
Or Hisui is not fun.
I don't know. You'd be surprised. Hisui was really incredible to watch during LCQ.
Oh no, I believe you. I know that character's received nothing but nerfs, and she's still like just so fun to watch and so flashy. But I would not be surprised if she was receiving nerf. But honestly, I feel like that character, even if like minor damage numbers, the way she plays doesn't change, right? And I think her outplay potential, unless her numbers are just really is not there, which I don't believe the devs would ever do. She's just gonna be able to do her thing. Maybe it's a stylistic choice for the lobby, maybe a different read on the meta, but I think Hisui is always going to have that X factor of just the 1v9, whatever 1v17 you want to call it, carry potential, because that character's kit is just so strong with the pilot. If the pilot is strong enough to pilot it, it's just having that self-control to not sprint it is really hard on Hisui.
Yeah, in the end, I did just check that there was no nerfs. There was no buffs either for Hisui in 1.49, even with the hotfixes. So yeah, it is what it is. Here we go. Day 2 is going to begin. Hessil getting caught out by himself inside of archery range. Unfortunately, will take the fall. Another member falling down as it's going to be Taegyung. Unfortunately, dying right next to the meteorite. His teammates tried to pick it up, but unfortunately, the coup de grace up against somebody that builds quite a lot of health is going to do a bit of damage. So, with the third party coming in, it will actually, as a matter of fact, be team, what is that, Busan Vespa that ends up picking up the meteorite for themselves, and Cinema is just caught out in the corner. He's going to get taken down. Luckily, the Razi was able to get away, but yet another iffy start for Team Daejeon Auto Arms, just sitting on 1 kill during that phase 1 rotation. Meteorite is going to be picked up, I think, from the Razi. I think it might have been from the Wolf, but the Suwa is on the chase. Dodges out on the center bookmark, but gets pulled back by the Wilson. White Lily popped as well. That's just going to be an objective going into the hands of Busan Vespa again. They get two double meteorites during day number 1. During day number 2, I apologize. It's a huge advantage unless that meteorite was stolen away. No, I see 2 onto the William, and there's the Nightmare Nails coming in. Very, very solid start for Team Busan Vespa.
Yeah, if you're seeing 3 transitions the start of day 2, that's an insane swing of tempo. And this is already a team that is no stranger to finals lobbies, so this is a team that's gonna take advantage of that lead. And you're gonna have to worry if you're any team that's running into them, if you're contesting the next purple box or alpha, whatever they want to contest, because they are just going to straight wallet check you, beat up probably at least 2 transitions.
Alright. Well, they're going to be sitting on 6 in just a moment here. Well, no, actually, they already are for Busan Vespa because they got all their 4-score transitions in, and I don't know if any other team wants to necessarily contest that. That is a very, very beefed up team. They also have the William as well. He's probably going to be sitting on that Dice of Destiny. The fight starts pretty early. Pointy End in a little bit of trouble. There is the Peacemaker coming out pretty early, and is it going to be enough? Pungwa about to get taken down, not going to be secured, as the stars are going to keep him alive. Golden Light invested quite a bit. They're just going to get their call in, maybe steal away an item. Not exactly sure who called that one. I think it was from Pointy End, so a 4-score potentially being lost. Yes, there it is. Oh my god, Inquisitor online for Youngman. He is so well kept to fight for night number 2, whatever he wants to go.
Yo, we were just talking about team Busan Vespa, but I feel like a double 4-score TM might be even more threatening. This is an insane amount of transitions coming down to a few teams, so it does actually mean that the snowball starts rolling, right? If you turn 1 transition into 2 transitions into 3 transitions, right? Because other teams just can't contest you. So the strength of Busan Vespa and Team Golden Light is going to drastically change how weak other teams are going to look in pairs.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Nora's got one. The stun from the bear, teaming from the looks of it. Handshake moment for the bear to let Nodanao die. There it is. Pointy End going to be able to pick up one of the easier kills they've had throughout the entire course of the series so far. Rosner, again, the same thing as well. Trying to dodge out on everything, but unfortunately Anonymous has his numbers with the scrolls and the papyrus coming through. X-Boy also just barely had enough damage for that, but no real result coming out of it as Rosner is going to be pulled back up. Min is already so strong that as soon as somebody sees that William with triple items already, they're going to immediately back away, probably for rightful reasons. Kwangju Slasher, just a 1-for-1 trade, but does not end up securing the Sua. It's going to just be a retreat as they see that William and say, thank God we didn't fight against that.
And even Riori's looking pretty strong on, I believe, 3 transitions as well. I feel like this is definitely going to be a lobby where you could possibly see a couple wipes coming into day 3 just because some teams are going to be much stronger than other teams. But we do see that Team New Rise Gangwon did actually probably funnel a decent amount of items because we do see no transitions on No Down. Probably got the Quake for themselves if they're running Quake, or no, it has to be Soul Sealer, right? It's probably just a Soul Sealer upgrade. Call it a day.
So,
yeah, that is a Soul Sealer.
There it is, yeah.
Yeah, it is a Soul Sealer. Yeah, so just sitting on the Soul Stealer, but you have 2 very heavily itemized backliners, so if the fight doesn't end immediately by the Mai getting one shot, you'd have to favor them going into the fight.
The pacing, by the way, for Team Daydream is also exactly where they want it to be, unfortunately. Even if the Johan isn't sitting on any transitions himself, the Theo is sitting on everything he wants. He has the Night Eye, he has the Holy Orders, he probably has, at this point, I would have to say the Racing Helmet as well. I see triple transitions on him. Yeah, there it is. So he's got everything he wants. He can fight as much as he wants as well. Blink this time around, we are not seeing any shenanigans with the cleanse coming through for that player. They might look for a fight up against Pointy End. This is a pretty good place to fight as a Theo, but the question is it going to be enough? There's the Energy Blast Field coming out, and Sardavi is just getting absolutely rammed with auto attacks from this Theo. There's the White Lily, but it actually ends up saving Hessel instead. Pseudo in a whole heap of trouble. Bungua's going to try to save him with that Wound Dorito, but that's just already one person taken down. Oh my god, that was close with the final shot of the ballistic advantage. Pseudo gonna have to eat some timer. Same thing for Pungwa, and that's minus 200 for this team pretty early on.
Yeah, I feel like we were seeing the weakness of funneling with the Mai, right? The Mai was incredibly squishy, no transitions to herself. So that tank actually goes down very quickly, especially when you're staring down a Theodore in a tight corridor like Ali would offer.
I just don't know if that was the right place even to begin with for New Rise Kanwan to fight, right? I don't think it
absolutely
ever is.
Against a Theodore, no. You definitely don't want that to reign. And I think, especially because you do have the Pure Rage Uppercut from the Nikki, you actually... There's so much threat on the Mai just to immediately die that it doesn't really matter if the backline is a little further ahead into item tempo, because they're just not going to be able to walk up. The threat is too high.
Yeah. A little unfortunate for Pointy End because they've already lost their Forest Core from Pungwa early on. Now they've had to invest another minus 200 in order to get back the Mai. This just sucks, but it's the name of the game, right? You've kind of put yourself in the situation with the way that this game has resulted from. They're trying to catch back up, and considering how much credits they've already lost, I think, from the beginning, that fight was pretty close. I don't think Pointy End is doing that bad. Just because they lost that fight with that close of a margin, I don't think it's time for them to be completely dejected yet. I saw the persona being built for Pungwa as well. They're really strong. It's just these fights need to work out in their favor. That's what I'm hoping they are able to find. New-Res Kanwan now trying to duke it out up against Kwangju Slasher, but the purple box is already picked up. It's going to be a flare gun. Unfortunately, it's blue, so gonna have to predict a little bit as to where they're gonna be in the next few moments and place that red box down. Quite a good amount of variety that these players have. It's mostly gonna be focused around the arms and the legs. If they can find one of those, huge value from this red box.
Absolutely. Well, soon to be red box, right? We got a purple box that's going to convert into a blood item. Obviously, whenever you get those flares, it's a huge tempo swing if you're able to get it off. But Slasher is going to be looking into the full item Rosner, full item... No, wait, actually, that's almost full item Southern Assault and almost full item Min. You want to get out of there before you try to call that red box, or it's going to be a nice donation to the richest team. The rich get richer, as they say.
Yep. And they've recovered quite a bit, as I mentioned earlier. 4 items on both Pseudo as well as Pungwa. Unfortunately, I think that's 0 on the Mai. This guy is still very, very squishy, but another fight up on the northern side. Here's Gonlin testing the waters a little bit with It's an auto arms. Same thing for this team too. They can't really push up against an Adrian in tight corridors. That Ekion will be completely isolated. And while I mentioned that, this is going to be one of the common builds I was actually seeing pretty often in Season 7, the Sidewinder tank variant. This is pretty interesting of a build. You get the slow, you have a lot of crowd control on this, a lot more than the, well, I should say consistent crowd control, because the slow from Sidewinder is on that first proc, unlike Black Mamba King where you need to wait for the second one in order to get the knockup. There's a lot of pressure on this too. Sidewinder surprisingly does quite a lot of damage, and if they start to fight into this, it could get a little bit awkward. Slow down a little bit, guys. There's the healing drone being activated over to Taekyung. He's actually going to be forced to use the shield pretty early on as well, but Insane's already taken down, and the health bars are starting to tick. Fury has no support, and then it's going to be Auto Arm picking up 2 for absolutely nothing going in favor for Team New Rise Kangwon. Another fight inside of the Research Center this time around. It's going to be over the red box from earlier on. Wintian might have the advantage, or is it, as a third party comes from the top side down? Pungwa just barely keeping himself alive with the shield, which is just gonna get obliterated. Now Sudo left alive by his lonesome, and another third party coming in from the west side. Nodanel is gonna get taken down. How many teams were inside the zone in a time span of what? 20-30 seconds? My god.
Yeah, and that will be a Via Blood going over to Team Daydream. I believe it was the headpiece? I think, sorry, I should say blood item rather. Yeah, and so the headpiece, I mean, is that just an opera mask on your Nikki?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. That's such a big damage spike compared to the turban, right? You get the flat armor pen, you get a little more amp. It's going to be, I mean, this Nikki can go like, oh yeah, perfect demonstration. Thank you very much, Hessel. Cinema absolutely getting annihilated.
Got dunked on. I mean, that's exactly what happened. And the thing is, there was no Pure Rage uppercut invested for that either. He just punched him a couple times and then he just died. That's what happens when your Nikki starts getting items like this. And the thing is, a lot of times you consider these Nikki players as just full-on frontline, just saving yourself or making sure that the Theo isn't ever going to be in trouble. No, this Nikki does damage. That's the way that Team Daydream has constantly played this. There's been times when the Nikki is able to just straight up solo some of these backliners, and if you're not paying attention to those kind of things, that's exactly what's going to happen. Legend Auto Arms down 2 members. It's day number 4 with the Sidewinder Ekion. I don't think they're going to be able to bring any members back again. So, Legend Auto Arms, yes, they have a better person to be ratting, but only 2.5 points. This is nothing when their Game 1 performance was also very, very shaky.
Yeah, it definitely leaves lots to be desired, as it doesn't even look like Team Pointy End is going to be able to get away with this either. They don't have any credits to themselves. It looks like we're just going to have a couple of rats on Lumia Island, honestly. I don't know if we're going to see possibly maybe 1 res coming out for Team Tetron Auto Arms, but I don't see Pointy End getting a safe. Like, look at the positioning of the Nadine. It's just disastrous.
It's never going to happen. While all this was happening, blood sample for Team Busan Vespa went over to Chaser for his answer. We saw that in the last game, which did make a very big impact, so I really like to see that. Maybe the next blood, if they're able to get one in due time. Now they're kind of far away. It could be going into the Chaser for Min, but they don't really need it at this point, right? We've seen the damage output from this William without it, and it's still already so much. I don't know if there's really any team that can fight Busan Vespa right now. This is not good. Golden Light is going to tag the yellow. No, actually the red, but nothing else lands. HG2 is still trying to fight this, slow this down. Can they find the fight? Yes, they can. Pointy End is going to find, unfortunately, their fated end for game number 2. Same thing again, 8th place for that team, but 3 points this time around than anything else. Anonymous in the Holy but trouble. Can he take the Nimrodsuke? Yes, he can. Nisika will have to rest back up, but the Fiora is already dead. Oh, Tejan Auto Arms is able to find something. There's another jump pad coming through. Wow, this is so bad for so many teams. We have been seeing, I think, at least 2 to 3 teams consistently throughout this game missing at least a member. Yeah, it's just not good.
And yeah, Taekyung was able to res Cinema, but you're so far from being able to res that hit. Are you gonna? Oh, the zone. Yeah, okay. I'm not looking at the border. This is the zone. We'll be able to get the res off, thank goodness. But I mean, well, Cinema was doing work. Don't get me wrong. The blink follow-ups were pretty phenomenal, but being down a team member in this kind of lobby where so many people are running around incredibly stacked and with a full team, it's gonna be really hard to make anything happen unless some third-party fiestas really start You know, the alphabet suit and the Campbell sponsorship really starts kicking in.
I don't even know where Lumi is right now either. It's not on the eastern side. Oh no, there it is. It's actually going straight through through dock right now. Maybe one more time, Lumi might make a rotation from the top down, but they're gonna have to be sitting in cemetery in order to catch it. It's gonna be very close, assuming Team Tejan Auto Arms can even go for it. It's a 2v2 down here in dock. Taekyung fighting this out. Nizuka actually has a lot of pressure on this. Same thing for Anonymous. They're going to try to jump in over towards Cinema. The trade is pretty good. Diamond was procced, unfortunately, though, and now the Justine is just completely caught. Blink on him, but it doesn't even matter. It's the VF Dispersion from the Arda to finish that one off. And I think for Taekyung, that is going to be it. He's going to have to just run away from this. No more kill pressure coming in. Very nice 2v2 from Team Gwangju Slasher against Tejan Auto Arms.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. I wonder if was the Astro Burst even able to be casted in time? I didn't see it go out.
I didn't either. The VF Dispersion just to kind of kill him, because those are auto-targeting the weapon skill for the, what is it, the Arcanas. I don't think he had a chance to do it. He just didn't realize it, or maybe the damage came in, or the particle effects were way too small, right? I can't see when I'm VF Dispersing something other than animals.
Yeah, and it was really well played in the 2v2. I think Anonymous understood that as long as you kind of let Nizuka cook for a little bit and don't overextend, you don't really need to actually support him to 1v1 Cinema, then you were going to be able to win out. And now we do see Team Golden Light able... Oh, what an explosive shot.
I don't know, man.
Great
These
stuff
Justinas just hit different. Oh, Nizuka.
They really do. And yeah, you are... yeah, and then the full rage uppercut onto Ryori, but the exclusive will come out to save him. I think that will actually be enough for Team Daydream to not be able to chase any further, because there's too many teams. I don't think you really want to chase into... Yeah, I don't think you would want to chase into Team New Rise Gangwon anymore. It's just too risky.
So either Insane needs to get out of here because Noda now doesn't have the exclusive, but it's going to get caught out by the Spirited Arrow. Unfortunate for Insane, he will get taken down. That means one member down for Team U-Rise Gangwon. Taekyung trying his best to stay alive by himself as well. Healing Drone already popped. Curry is on the chase, but he actually decides to go back in. I think he thought that Curry was alone. Down goes the Ekion, not going to be able to find any additional placement points, but he does end up catching 2. Compared to the 2.5 that he had. They're going to be sitting at 4.5 for the end of this game. I mean, for the remainder 4, Tejan Auto Arms are going to have to step it up once again. Now, for the remainder of the lobby, Songnam Rocks, Daydream, New Rise Gangwon, all those sitting on 2, they have a bit of a powerhouse as we're able to see so far. Golden Light and Busan Vespa. What is the split right now? We have 4 teams sitting inside a chapel, most likely 2 that are going to be heading up towards Hospital. I don't know if anybody wants to sit here when there's this many.
Yeah, it's incredibly risky. It's just too variant. Even if you're the strongest in the lobby, there's no reason to want to play in a zone with this many people in it if you get the information. Obviously, some teams won't have the luxury of the information, as we do see a team that did not have the luxury of the information. We do see Ryori going down to Team Golden Light. So much damage on this roster of a triple backline lineup. It's just, if you walk in the wrong space at the wrong time, you're just going to get absolutely blasted.
And I think with this, everybody is locked into Chapel, right? You don't have enough time to get the jump pad on out of here. Songnam Rocks will stick their ground. Same thing for Golden Light. It's thin corridors everywhere up against a Tia plus Justina plus a Heart. I'm not entirely sure what the strategy is for these players, because remember, there's a couple teams sitting inside the final zone right now as well. Astroburst pretty early on, the Yuki sitting up in the front side, and there's a lot of denial coming into the back as well. The auto attack's not going to be able to finish out fancy, but the timers are still ticking. That does not change. Ballistic advantage going in, and now Songnam Rocks is the ones in a whole heap of trouble. This might be a third-party angle. 14 Golden Light, they're all lining into thin corridors. Look at this. The attention is just not going into anybody over towards Team Golden Light. There's a kill coming on through. The utility is just there. The damage isn't there. No, Youngman not going to be saved, unfortunately, with the Peacemaker. But the kills come through. Fancy still gets the kill credits coming in. Can this Justina get out? No! It's the Nikki to finish everything down. Oh my god, the damage from Hessel was absolutely bonkers. Daydream will be able to get out of the hellscape that was Chapel Final temporary zone, and now they have to go into Cemetery to duke it out up against Busan Vespa. Is this what we saw last game? No. It was a different team, because I remember seeing Justina Kadia.
It was New Rise Gangwon, I believe.
Yeah.
But I think it was actually really great heads-up play from Team Busan Vespa to VLS in because it denied any call-ins. And if you're looking, Team Daydream is actually not that well transitioned compared to the full gold, blinged out Gucci setup we got from Team Busan Vespa. So being able to deny those call-ins actually does just, probably more so than setting up in the final zone, give you a window, because with the Blast Energy Field and the Pure Rage Uppercut, it's not like they couldn't push their advantage anyways.
They've also lost positioning up against the Sicilla. They're slowly starting to push back in now, but look at the damage coming from this Honser. It's absolutely insane. Still has the free at last if they really wanted to use it. Johan's going to have to pull a lot of work for this. No matter which entrance you go through, it's thick in corridors everywhere. Energy Blast Field's going to be activated. They're going to try to fight in onto this, but the shield comes over onto Min, and that's a beautiful activation on that. Fastball just obliterates Hessel, and I think that might be it. I don't think that Theo has enough damage for this unless Altail is able to go insane. No, he blinks over his shield, but Tonser stands behind it. No additional damage coming in, and that's going to be Busan Vespa taking their second game of the Series 2. First places in a row for 15.5 this time around. Slow game for them in comparison to the last one, but first is a first. GG's.
They really did come out to play, and I mean, everybody's just playing super on point. Great shields coming out from Rosner to protect Min. Like, it's really nice to see. It really is. And then Sun Sol is just so consistent on the Sicilla. Even if I don't think we saw like a really like flashy play with us that fight, but it doesn't matter because he's just positioning the Wilson in ways that forces certain corridors and certain unconventional ways of taking the fight. And so you saw that the Nikki was so, like, Hessel was so far out from the rest of the team. And then even though the Faith Unwavering came out, it didn't actually provide any utility or any healing to the Nikki.
Pretty huge. Even the shield, right, over onto the William to make sure the damage uptime for Fastball wasn't denied. Absolutely huge from Rosner. Guys, this is the team that came up from LCQ, by the way. This is why you have to be so careful, even if you make it into day number 1. LCQ teams will just pop out like this out of nowhere and just completely start dominating you. It's what Super and I actually mentioned during LCQ, where Pungwa is one of the players that just consistently makes it up during LCQ and gets to season finals, dunks people in day number 1, makes it to day number 2. Actually ended up winning, if I remember correctly, in season 6 as well, which are drops, right? We do have the drops for profile, I think, is today emotes or profile pictures? I think today's emotes.
I believe on the Korean feed I was seeing profile pictures, but I might be wrong.
Okay, today might be profile pictures, maybe tomorrow is emotes. Regardless, yeah, if you could do that as an LCQ team, it doesn't matter how you got here. What matters is that you're here. Busan Vespa is putting on an absolute showcase as to why you cannot downplay these teams coming up from LCQ at all.
Absolutely. I mean, but also let's be real. This lineup, you've seen this lineup before. They're not really like what you pin as like you consider like these like, you know, like maybe like tier, you know, yeah, like the tier 1s, the ones that make it all the way to finals, and then the semifinals, and then the LCQ teams. This is like a tier 1 team. Let's be real. Like they might have had a rough first start, but these players have shown up in almost every finals we've had for a year, unless you really hear like. So it's not like it's any surprise that they're showing up on the day.
In the end, what I think Nimble Neuron was able to really kind of accurately depict throughout the entire course of the season for Eternal Return Masters is that they're putting a heavier priority on teams that are able to adjust to the season throughout the season, right? And for the first hint to knowing that's actually a thing is because Nimble Neuron has put a heavier priority on the second phase because you get more circuit points out of it. So over the course of the season, the better teams adjust to what they have available in their cards with the patch that they are playing, the better they're going to be able to do. And Busan Vespa is one of those teams right now. As you mentioned, they struggled a little bit throughout the regular season. Yeah, their performance wasn't great, but look at this. I mean, this is not a team that you would think struggled throughout the LCQ. Sorry, not struggled throughout the LCQ, but struggled throughout the regular season. And a team that had to go through LCQ. You would think that this is a team that just kind of ended up here because they're the 5th, 6th, maybe the 7th place team for the seeding. Nah, man, they're LCQ. You got to be careful. Busan Vespa is here to play. They are ready with everything in their arsenal. The Theo, anything that scales into the late game just cannot hold up against the composition that Busan Vespa is playing.
Absolutely, and yeah, it doesn't matter if you're a last chance qualifier team if you show up on the finals. Like, who cares?
Absolutely right. Let's take a look at the scores before we send it over onto a break. Team Busan Vespa still completely rolling the lobby with 35 points, but right behind them is Golden Light. This is all from the total kills. Look at that. 24 in comparison to Busan Vespa sitting at 15, 14.5 for New Rise Gangwon. It's not even close. Golden Light is just looking for blood, and that's where all of their points are coming from. Their placements aren't even that bad. How many points do they have? 9? An average of 4.5 per game. That's what, somewhere around 4th, maybe 3rd place? It is a really good series so far for Golden Light, and rightfully so. They're playing so well today.
Absolutely. And I think it's really important to highlight that if a team is winning or not winning, almost in the point lead rather, with kills alone, then that just means if you start closing out games, you skyrocket. Like, because those placement points really do stack up, right? If you're turning like a 20 kill 4th into a 23 kill, 24 kill 1st, that's such a huge swing of points.
Yep. Oh man, gosh, that's just game number 2. And as I said earlier, I was exhausted after game number 1. Even after game number 2, I am still exhausted. But we still have 4 more games to go, ladies and gentlemen. It is not over just yet. 35 points and 33 for 2 different teams after game number 2. What are we doing? Checkpoint? What is going on here?
Yeah, this definitely does kind of give maybe a little bit of foreshadowing tomorrow as well, right? if these teams are showing up, because basketball looks good. Let's be serious. Busan basketball looks insane right now.
Something we have to remember about the teams that are playing tomorrow as well is they're not going to be slacking off, especially after watching today either. They're going to be all ready to go. They're probably going to be prepared to be able to go into an all-out aggro setup from most of these players. That's what we've seen throughout games 1 and 2. See it throughout the rest of the series. I'm pretty sure the teams for tomorrow are also going to be prepared for it. And quite frankly, if they're being able to prepare for it, they might even step it up a notch, right? They might kick it up a notch and go even more aggro. That is the caliber of teams we're talking about here in the season finals for ERM. That's why I can't even predict what's going to happen tomorrow. We just have to see what happens for the next 4 games. Otherwise, I'm throwing all my playbooks out the window. I don't know what's happening.
What's happening is we're due for some bangers, so...
All right. Well, Karasite should be sending it over to a break in just a second. So once that happens, we're going to go to a break as well. So for those of you guys in chat, make sure you guys also go grab a little bit of a snack. Maybe go grab a snack. And I think I said that twice. Go grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here in a few moments. I'm going to try to play some music for you guys. I'm going to try to have the team posters up on the side. So we'll see you guys in just a bit. 10 minutes, though. So we'll see you guys in a fair bit, actually.
É desse jeito, só leva chifre quem não faz amor direito. É desse jeito, só leva chifre quem não faz amor direito. Só leva chifre quem não faz amor direito. E mais uma. Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz, mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz. Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz, mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz. Eu camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Stay with you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. 10 minutes. Why are they giving us so much time today? Oh my god, I finally actually got to drink a little bit of water, catch a little bit of a breather myself. Hopefully all of you guys were able to do that. But we are just coming back from game number 2. We are about to start going into our third and fourth game of our season finals, day number 1 for season 7. Kaz, how are you doing right now? What's your thoughts about what's been happening so far in day 1?
So other than being refueled from a little snack break, I hope you all took one to yourself. I'm really thrilled to see our game so far. I really do think that some of these teams are probably really thankful that this isn't checkmate format because, I mean, it's very it's very hot top-ended right now, I'd have to say. But I think in general, the tempo of this lobby has been some of the highest I've seen in competitive ER in quite some time.
Yeah, this is a bloodfest, right? We actually saw a lot of this during the beginning of the season where we actually had the whole team wipe prevention going all the way until night number 2. We saw that at the very beginning. Now, it wasn't in place for ERM, if I remember correctly. By phase 1, they did end up getting rid of it. But at that point, kills during phase 1 still counted as 1. And that's where we saw a lot of teams just bashing heads against each other over and over and over again. Because yeah, it gives you advantages in-game if you're able to get a lot of kills, but outside of that, in a tournament, the amount of points they were able to give you were so much. But even without the phase 1 kills giving you 1 point, now it's 0.5, teams are still bashing heads against each other at the beginning points of the game, and that really does not stop until the end of the game either. So really excited to see for how many of these teams are going to be able to keep up with it. If there's anyone that's going to be able to kind of stomp down some of the teams that have been doing extremely well, like Golden Light as well as Busan Vespa, who, by the way, isn't necessarily playing a bloodfest on their own, right? We've only seen them getting somewhere around 5, maybe 10 points when it comes to kills alone. A lot of it has been off of placement points. So there's a lot of things that I want to keep track of in the next couple of games.
Absolutely. I think one thing to note with Busan Vespa rather, is they're also just really above curve in terms of spikes, right? And power level. Last game we saw, they were incredibly far ahead, and I think that's part of the reason they might not be having as explosive games is nobody wants their smoke. Like nobody wants to fight them. So maybe if we don't see them skyrocket in the lead and snowball really, really hard in terms of items, we might actually see a more explosive game coming out from them. Who knows? They are also a very, I'd say, decorated team in terms of they're showing in ERM, so they're also incredibly disciplined. So maybe this is just their game plan coming into the night.
Yep, this is actually something they've done for quite a long time now. Even way before when we were seeing, I think it was the composition of Bernice, Theo, and Shukai for this team. I was actually joking around with Superior a lot back then when they were playing that composition that their main win condition is to play super quiet throughout the beginning of the game, get the wick line, and make it the final zone. That was literally their win con. It was the funniest thing ever. But they won tournaments with that. It almost gives me a little bit of an homage for that style of gameplay for Busan Vespa. But on the complete flip side is Golden Light. Right? I talked about it before we went on break, but if you were taking a look at the score sheets, their overall kill score right now is 24. They are above around 9 points ahead of like every other teams at the moment. Golden Light with a triple backline composition is just looking for fights over and over and over again. If you play triple backline comps before, you'll know that's extremely difficult to do. You have to make sure that all of your crowd control lands, otherwise you're going to get initiated on. If you're fighting at the teams with Soul Stealer and they're communicating with each other, you have to make sure that you're not the one getting jumped on first. I think they're handling that expertly right now. It is amazing what these top 2 teams are.
Yeah, I think I'm really glad you hit the nail on that point because I think it's really important to highlight actually how hard it is to play high tempo on a glass cannon composition like that. It's not easy. And honestly, it has a lot of risk involved with it because if one part of that machine, right, it's a 3 cog machine. If one cog suddenly winds up a little too fast, right, the whole thing just barrels over, right? Like this whole motorcycle, whatever you want to call it, tricycle, whatever, every wheel has to be turning at the same rate. And I think the thing that you really will see, as we've seen so far, is when one wheel has to back up, the other rolls, you know, like they make sure to pick up the slack of if somebody has to back out of the fight, the other two will push the lead.
Yeah, I say that their combo just looks really easy and it's so textbook and it's so like dry that you almost need to always do in order to win some of these fights. It's the consistency that makes it incredible for me about how well they're able to pull it off. Get the Peacemaker off, you get the full rainbow off, you get the explosion shot, like it's all there in the textbook. You know exactly what's going to happen with this team, but the fact that they're able to pull it off over and over and over again on a stage like this is what really, really gets to me. Other than that, audience posters, as great as always. One of the greatest pleasures of casting season finals is the fact that we're able to see things like this. And look at that, there's some cats on that one. Look at that, he's so cute.
Yeah, I really do appreciate our Korean fans coming out and always making really cute fan signs and just showing their artistic talent off. We saw a fantastic Rio and Cadet Yuki cosplay coming out tonight too. Really appreciate that. It's just so fun to see. It shows the love of the game that our community has in a really profound way, and so it makes me like a little emotional. I'm not gonna lie. It's always cute seeing the fans coming out.
Yeah, funny enough, I think throughout the years, progressively, we've been going more towards meme posters than like cheering on for the team that they're rooting for. You know what I mean? And I actually appreciate that. Yeah.
It just means that I think there's more context, right? It means that the culture of the game has grown to where people actually have memes to joke about, right? Like, you know, when we're starting out as a community, we don't really have all you know is the players, but now, you know, there's funny things that have happened, right? Funny things that, you know, funny characters or like incidents that have happened. And I think just like the Eternal Return culture has developed really in a really cool way since we've opened up the game.
For this one, though, it is going to be a standard Auto Arms fighting, right? We have a lot of people who are going to be cheering for Auto Arms. Not a surprise at all. I talked about how popular this team was when we first started to begin with. And even if you haven't really watched ERM for a long time, you probably heard some of the players around here and there. Biori for Team New Rise Gangwon, another favorite from a lot of these players. They were picking up the Adriana during game number 2. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to really capitalize on it, but that is a favorite pick for Biori. I was so glad to be able to watch it. They did manage to hold their own despite one of their players falling down pretty early, which is always great to see. And yeah, across the board, there were so many people inside of the audience. I just hope that they were able to get a little bit more of the organization down pat, because a couple of seasons ago, they had some issues with seating, if I remember correctly, where you kind of had to decide to go either to the night market or sorry, I say night market, but the flea market or the actual tournament. I know a lot of people were kind of frustrated with that. Hopefully they got all that sorted. Either way, here we go. Game number 3 character selections are a go. The Marcus is back now, and there were no bans off of game number 2. Everyone is free to play whatever they want. We're going to see 4 Marcuses, so that goes out the window immediately once again.
Yeah, and we do see Gwangju Slasher actually pivoting to the Kacha Marcus Rio style that New Rise Gangwon was playing in game 1. And I do think that maybe this is a change they needed to make. It didn't seem like the art composition was really giving them what they needed, which was a pretty explosive early game. And it looks like, honestly, the team you think, sorry, I got excited because I saw Hisui, but the team, you would think the team of like, you'd think Team Slasher would just run down Team Golden Light, but it was actually Golden Light running down the rest of the lobby. So, you know, sometimes these things play out in very fantastical ways when you end up watching it on the ERM stage.
Yep. I'm going to touch on the Hisui in just a second, but a little bit of statistics for you. Well, I say statistics, but it's reality, I suppose. We have 2 different mirror matchups this time. We have the one that we saw in game number 1 of the Marcus, Rio, plus the Priya. That still exists here between our first 2 teams inside of this lobby. But now we actually have yet another one. This is a comp that was played a lot at the beginning of the season. It's going to make a comeback, and we have 2 different teams playing the exact same thing here once again. Marcus, Justina, and the Katia. But I think the only ban coming through in this lobby is going to be the Marcus, but we do have 2 different mirror matchups that is going to be happening. You'll be able to see it here in just a moment as the Hockey Puck zoom comes in. Game 3 is a go Kaz, and this character on our screen, I want to touch on this one more time. Choun on that Hisui. This player has been this character and this player has been a talk around the neighborhood. I think Hisui has been finding a lot of success since the second half of the season. We've seen it on international regions, finding success everywhere. EU saw some success with it, if I remember correctly, during ERCS, maybe even ERCC. I saw JP Cup being won by a Hisui. KR ERM LCQ was won by Pointien using Hisui exclusively. This character has been seeing a ton of highlights, and for a lot of reasons. People have just gotten good at this character despite not seeing any buffs, not seeing any nerfs. It doesn't matter. They're just getting better at this character, and you mentioned it earlier, she's so flashy. She's so good.
I love watching Hisui. Let's keep it a buck. Like, this character, with full caster bias, is probably one of the most fun characters to watch, because I feel like when a player pops off on Hisui, she kind of just like, she's like a show stealer, you know? Like, she steals the spotlight. You'll see probably even our observers will probably highlight on the Hisui during the fights. And is that a sub coming out for Pointien as well? I believe it is, right?
Yep, Sudo got subbed out for Choun, which I think was the right call, because they've been struggling quite a bit in the beginning. With Sudo, yes, the Bonadine has also been a really popular pick as of late, but I think you kind of need the explosiveness, especially if you're falling behind pretty early on into the series, like we've been seeing them unfortunately struggle with, right? So this is the right time to bring in Choun. Hopefully the Hisui is able to do some stuff. You still see the same thing with the early game kills like we saw during games 1 and 2. Nothing too crazy for us here. A lot more of it though, as kills are just starting to be fed left and right. Some of them are sitting on 1.5. Golden Light, same thing as well. They're sitting on 3 kills respectively. Daejeon Auto Arms on 2, New Rise Con 1 on 1, and we just saw Pointien picking up 1 for themselves as well. Great start for a lot of these teams, and for everybody else, pick up the pace.
Yeah, and we do see probably one of the best, I'd say, ways of play. Oh, actually, we do see Rami getting into a bit of a tango with Insane, but that's a Soul Sealer on Johan. That's a really hard kill to actually acquire. We do see, actually, No Danal and Riori getting into a bit of a scuffle with Yowa and X-Boy, and X-Boy is actually taking a lot of damage, but the explosive shot was pretty big. Yowa does get explosive shot back, and No Danal does not actually end up getting the flip. Insane is getting the better end of this fight as well, because they were just able to join in on all these low HP bars. We do see Sun and Soul versus Rami. Rami getting pulled in, and I don't think Hessel will give any more chase. So, in general, much slower than I think. You know, we do see some teams sitting at 1.5, 1 point team score, but we're just seeing teams at like 3. It was ridiculous earlier.
Yep. This is a game where I think the pacing is still going to be really fast early on, though, because of the quadruple Marcuses. Marcus is going to be looking for a lot of that initiation at the beginning of day number 2. Look for a little bit more on his end as well, as that's where his kind of real stat check starts to come in for the first time. Free at last, marking the kill over onto Johan. Now he's still in a little bit of trouble himself, as Rosner's going to join the fray. 2 members down for that team, as Daydream going to be struggling a little bit towards the end of night number 1. But if you're going to die, this is the best time to do it. There's the exclusive coming in towards Choun, but he's in a little bit of trouble still himself. Peacemaker comes online, and if Serdabi wants to die, he's got to do it now. Otherwise, this team's not going to be able to contest for objectives. Choun's still alive. He's trying to turn things around. Not going to find it as Boomba just blinks in and says, "Hey, what's up, Justina?" Is he going to be able to secure the kill, though? Is a question. Misses the moon, and there he goes. He has to run away. Youngman looking for a little bit more. Blue's going to tag. Yellow in just a moment. There it is. Red tags. Yes, it does. Blue, and there is the combo to knock down Pungwa. Everybody from Pointien down. They're not going to be able to contest for objectives, and yet another fight inside a hotel, as this one's going to be for the objective. Nice wall stun. Belzer's going to be stuck on that. That means Daejeon Auto Arms picking a Tree of Life for themselves. A rare occurrence, as they're going to be able to find success at the beginning of the game. Day 2 going in favor of Daejeon Auto Arms.
Yeah, actually, well mentioned. This time Daejeon Auto Arms is going to be able to get the lead on Sungnam Rocks. When we saw the mirror matchup before, it was Sungnam Rocks getting the lead. They were kind of putting some fancy footwork on Sad Hands. You know, maybe the happy feet against Sad Hands coming out. But it is going to be Daejeon Auto Arms actually winning out on the fight there. Definitely big for them, because I think they have been struggling a little bit in the early game. Not astronomically so, but you know, maybe that's a Blood Cloak online, or I think actually no, it went to the both from Rio, I believe.
Youngman. Oh, that's another person. Oh, that's another person as well. We got 2-2, 3-2. All right, where's the last person from Golden Light? Nodanel really wants this. He gets tagged with the blue, but it's going to be a sacrifice, as I think, yeah, Youngman doesn't really want to deal with this. HC2 will just use the White Lily to get over the wall. A little bit of a scuffle inside of Hospital, just denied away as everybody decides, hey, maybe this is not the right time to fight, which I think is right. We are about a minute away until we go into night number 2. This is where you need to start buying your 4 scores. Look at the credits for Golden Light as well as team. I think that was Gwangju Slasher that they fought up against inside of Hospital. Everybody's looking for transitions. We're starting to get to that 350 peak for some of these players. Those 4 scores are important.
Yeah, if you don't get that day 2 force core online, it's really, really disastrous for tempo, because then it also snowballs into not being able to contest your night 2 objective, and then yeah, it's honestly, at that point, that's kind of make or break in lobbies with players of this caliber, right? Is if you miss like a single tempo call-in, it honestly can often decide the game for a team, because it just snowballs so quickly, because Eternal Return is a game about inches and leads, right? You get one lead here, and then suddenly that turns into another lead here. Because of the cascading effect, it's really important to be able to get these call-ins on time, as we do see probably a lot of Dragon Scales coming online. Ooh, that is... Was able to get the craft, though. So, not absolutely disastrous for X-Boy, but that doesn't mean that Gwangju Slasher is not going to be able to really contest these objectives coming into the transition into Night 2.
They're able to get lucky, maybe they can find something, maybe even a couple of bears. That would be the best case scenario for Gwangju Slasher. We'll keep an eye out for whether or not they are able to pick up a transition or two. Other than that, it's just going to be animal farming for the remainder of the game. And Marcus ends up picking up a Mithril. I don't know where, I don't know which team either, because we have so many Marcus in this lobby. Izuka getting caught out. Nice juke on the Don Quixote, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. White Lily kept up so that maybe Yoa can get out. I don't think he's going to have the leniency to do that, as Min just rips through players left and right. That's too close. X-Boy is going to get taken down. And Min, my goodness, those fastballs are just ripping people to shreds. Gwangju Slasher gets shredded instead. 3 people down, and that's it. Night number 2, you don't wipe, you don't prevent team wipes anymore.
Yeah, and you gotta love it. Busan Vespa getting, you know, I'm not gonna say I called it, but you see at the bottom of the screen, there's not as much gold, and suddenly they're wiping teams. You know,
yeah.
Teams are more willing to fight. But also just got a really lucky timing, I think, on Gwangju Slasher, as we did just see X-Boy go down previously, probably Resin Beach on half HP bar, and they just ran into the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, which is why I'm actually surprised they were in such a high contested area. It's night number 2. That's when the first set of mutant bears start to spawn inside of dock. In beach. You also have the animals, the regular bears that are also going to be spawning inside that zone too. It's a high value area during night 2. You can't think that a team, especially in this high of caliber, is going to let that go for free. You were smack dab in the middle of it. Can't contest that. Especially if somebody's still coming back up. Yeah, you have the CCTV vision of it, but you always have to consider the fact that multiple teams are going to be inside the zone, which is exactly what happened, and down goes that entire team. So, yeah, just well played, I think, over your team Busan Vespa. You said it, and it occurred. Reality came to happen. Reality check for the players on Team Gwangju Slasher. We'll see them in game number 4, see if they can make up for the mistakes they made here.
We do see 4-score on Lumi as well, and some of these builds might deviate into double 4-score. We might see D-skill, killer heals for some of these Justinas, but what I wanted to mention actually a long time ago in game 1, I might not get to mention it, but we'll see a posturing between Poiti and we see Chon versus the entirety of, was that Auto Arms? I think that was Team Auto Arms. But yeah, Team Auto Arms able to get that meteorite. So maybe if we have some downtime, I can mention. It is interesting, I think, kind of mid-season, I think the pivot back. So Justina was going Red Sprite, then decided, I think, for a while that we were seeing a lot of Ghostlight, because I think she was just very prominent with the proccing of Ghostlight plus the debilitation from Blood Cloak. Very consistent at kind of preventing teams from, like, once you got that poke, the poke stuck, they can get the rest off. And now we are seeing teams pivot back to the Red Sprite. You see taking really far out the rest of the team. Oh, but the...
Is he?
Look at that healing and look at that force field value. Great stun onto Min. Oh my gosh, Saturn did so much damage to Min that entire fight, and the Echoes of the Earth. We see Busan Vespa going down. That's actually really bad for them, because do they have enough to call both? I don't think they do. Yeah, that will only be a 1-2. That will only be a call-in for Min or Somin, so not both.
Oh, that is insane, because Min actually ended up getting, that was a really nice catch over onto the Marcus, but they just couldn't complete anything. Choen with a very early Mono Hoshizawa with a Tsubame Gaiushi. Can they get anything is a question. That's going to be the exclusive to try keeping this Isui alive. Not going to happen as, oh, Hessel gets taken down too. Altail in a little bit of trouble himself. It's a thin corridor up against something like the, no, it's not going to happen. The Adina has to blink away as well from a random Kadia shot that is going to come through, ramming the last one alive. I don't think so, Davi is going to be able to pick this one up. So he's just going to go for the res instead. Brings back Altail. Sardami has to completely book it. It's a 1 for 2. where Pungwa is just going to have to completely run from this. Now, he's going to walk up against Alteo. That's the wrong place to be. I don't think he can res here, but this is a good spot, I think, for maybe Pungwa if the Moon Dorito lands. Double Moon is going to crash down. So Daydream going to be pushed away. Choun, oh, this is not good. Do you have the idea on tracking this? That's the question. Pungwa, does he have Blink? No, he does not. He needs to run away from this like now.
And that is going to be the play with us into the signature fireball, just a classic burst combo coming out from
Oh, they get the kill over on the Soldier!
Sumama Gaishi was so much damage in return, and then as well as Boomwa getting damage on Soul on the side, but now look at Team Daydream being able to pick up the like fourth party. I guess it's like the Uno reverse card. Like, it's a chain, and yeah, it ends up being Busan Vespa getting the worst off on that. After all things considered, yeah, Pointy End still being able to survive as well. So somehow Daydream managed to come out probably the best out of that. And you gotta give a shout out to Rami on the Johan going for the Giga Chad. Someone in front of it. Who was it? It was in front of.
I think it was for Alteo up against.
Yeah, it was for Alteo in front of Soldabi. Well, not Soldabi, was it? Soldabi?
Choun and. No, I think it might have been. It's the Mayan Pointy End. I forget who they are, but.
I think it's Soldabi. Yeah, I like cue the Bring Me the Horizon because it understood that the catwalk was down, so you could actually just get it because there's no way Amai's killing you, no taunt up, and that honestly snowballed. And now we do see the Pure Rage uppercut catch onto Insane.
Why are you
Insane?
So far
Why
alone?
are we so? That's what I'm saying. What is going on? The rest of the team isn't hot. In
Factory. That's like what? Where are we playing, man? What is going on here?
What is going on? The taco landing onto Cinema. Cinema is able to get a pretty big echo of the earth out. The Subama guy, she's not getting a lot of value. And Sad Hands is pumping now. We do see Taeyeon just look at this, like look at that sustain from the Marcus. Oh my goodness, Sad Hands is absolutely gliding. Look at this! Kiting! Sad Hands is absolutely insane in the 1v2, kiting his absolute heart out. Soldabi, that exclusive is not gonna say. Oh, no, yeah, that terminate. Wow, that short bow kiting from Sad Hands, absolutely insane.
The Vigor was permanently proc throughout that entire course of the fight. Max stacks on the adrenaline as well. I mean, that is just max damage output on the Rio as much as you can get. The only better way is get failed up, which you don't need at this point. It just turned day number 4. You couldn't even get the blood sample even if you wanted it until now. That is the strongest Rio that you will ever see at that exact point in time. That's going to be the end of Pointy End. Unfortunately for these players, the Hisui did a couple of really nice skills, but I think a couple of flash cuts were just not there readily when he needed it. Always sitting on a single cut. It's just not there in time, doesn't have the right utility when you need it. That's the problem with the Hisui. Here we go, though. Rosner trying to run away as best as possible because Busan Vespa is still down a player. Now down to Daydream's going to find one of the freest kills of their lives inside of this game. Ponzar is going to have to book it, so they are back down to 1. Probably will be for the remaining.
And now we do see Golden Light versus Pigeon Auto Arms, but look at that. I think you were mentioning a fail not. I'm a little colorblind, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, but I do think I see a red box on Saturday.
I think you do.
So that is gonna be the fail not online. This Rio is about to pump.
It's scary. And unfortunately, their counterpart of Gwangju Slasher is just dead, right? That's also not going to be a factor. Sorry, I say counterpart of Gwangju Slasher. No, sorry. It's supposed to be the counterproc of Songnam Rocks. They are still alive, but their Rio doesn't have a fail not. They have a blood sample somewhere else. It's actually going to be the headpiece, probably the blood crown if I had to take a guess at this point. There is another headpiece that you could, if I remember correctly, run as a Rio, but this time around we're going to see Golden Light duking it out up against Songnam Rocks, pushing away the members for Smash the Smithereens not being able to burger flip, but the damage output, the pressure is there from Golden Light. Yellow is not going to land on anybody. I did see blue tagging over onto Hyungi. Oh, but this is the mistake that I was talking about. Peacemaker is there in time. HD2 going to be able to find the kill over on the Bowser, but they need to be careful right on the backside. They don't have any util, and down they go. 2 members of Golden Light taken down. Youngman is under pressure. But that is the worst timing for a third party these players could find. They're going to have to just take that VLS out. Have to find somewhere to get the res, but it's 1 minute and 20 left until they are out of time. Enough credits to get the res, but where do they go?
Yeah, that is going to be pretty rough, as you do see Digital Auto Arms with the wick line pushing in, and that is going to be a double VF up Rio. The flip doesn't come out, but look at that. honestly, Deciding Maelstrom giving so much more.
double
Spirit
tap.
Elder does get the tag on Curry.
Over.
And look at the damage on Hyungi. This is just Wickeline plus the Marcus damage. And it's out. It's out.
Yeah, they just dipped the VLS. Said Hyungi, yeah, you're dead to rights. Yeah, goodbye. Does have the credits in order to get the res back, so I guess this was in like overall the right call. They had the right place in mind for it, but they couldn't get that far with the VLS. And the third party comes in. Curry just gets sandwiched and obliterated. Belzer's gonna have to walk into the red. They do not have enough credits to res back up everybody on their team now. And oh man. Belzer all of a sudden finds himself by himself in this very terrifying map. Well, Hyperloop over to Doc, which is empty for now, but I think New Earth got one saw ping. Uh-oh.
And there are no slouches themselves. Gonna be able to cut off with the smash smithereens and then the stun into the wall. Really clean. I gotta say, Taegyeon on this Marcus is looking insane this game though. Really well played every fight, and honestly, he's kind of solo carried like 2 fights by himself, I'm not gonna lie. Like, the space he makes and also just understanding the limits of his character, always poking the force field at the perfect time to be able to sustain through the fight and live when a lot of focus is on him.
Yep, and we are down to 2 of our Marcus teams, 1 for each representation of the compositions, right? We talked about 2 different mirror matchups. We are down to 1 for each now. You're gonna have to duke it out potentially up against Golden Light, I believe, for Team Daydream, who decided to use the VLS up top. It ate quite a bit of timer. I'll be honest with you, they accidentally put the VLS in the red as well. Tried to use it, so timer is going to be invested. Now they have to almost win this fight. There's a long way to go if they want to get out of here. Golden Light, I don't know if they know that this team ended up taking the red timer for this, but they are being careful. Very explosive team comp for Daydream. We know Golden Light has a couple of responses for this, but still, it does not change the fact that Daydream is very strong right now. What is Team Golden Light's options here? Are you just going to push them back until you can take the VLS out, or are you going to try to push on forward and actually fight out up against Team Daydream at this point?
You did see the Soul Stealer go down, that's why Daydream is posturing a little further back, and now Fancy is actually trying to push the lead. Look at the damage coming out from the East, but the explosive shot going wide, and now G-Man is in a pretty terrible spot. I think the silence actually protected from the pre-range uppercut, but you know what, the HG2 was not able to get the peacekeeper online in time, and now the full rainbow, it doesn't matter. The fight's already over, you lost your heart. So much of the composition is founded on this heart ultimate, getting insane value in baiting cooldowns, and there just was a perfect layering of CC coming out, and Hessel was just able to get, I mean, Team Daydream were just able to pick off the heart with Hessel.
Does he even have enough time to get out? I think he might actually end up popping unless... Oh, he just barely lands in there. If he landed inside of the red, that downtime where you have to wait for your character to go back up would have caused him to just pop. At least this is an invasion of the -1. And I think... from the looks of it, Daydream was also able to just hyperloop on out of there. They caught Lumi at the end, maybe trying to buy some kind of gadget or something, but they're going up against Team Dead on the Auto Arms, who still has the Wick Line. Spirit Arrow is going to completely whiff. It is tight quarters everywhere. Team Dead on the Auto Arms is going to play it a little bit safe, which is the right call. Up against Theo, we've seen it time and time again this series. No matter how behind on items he is, if it's a tight corridor, you can always make it work. Wick buff gone now for Auto Arms. Are they gonna look for this? This is a bit more open if they decide to fight where those mutant dogs are, but I don't think Daydream wants to fight here themselves either. Trying to use up a lot of vision control, using those recon drones, keeping themselves alive.
It would have to be absolute heroics coming out from Daydream to beat Ditch on Auto Arms. The item check, and I just think the composition is just a really good match. I think the Echoes of the Earth plus the peel coming out from the Marcus is going to be incredibly value. Are we going to see... I assume New Rise Gangwon has the vision, so they're probably just going to end up going back to Doc. I don't think it's the best play if you... Or wait, that's Warehouse rather, right? I always get confused which one's which. They split, you know, the Eternal Return Boomer, but yeah, you don't want to walk into a zone you have no vision of, so it makes sense. I was worried we were about to see a 3-team Fiesta in the zone, but it does look like Daydream actually might be fancying a jump over the wall. Do you have the timer to go for that?
Well, they got a little bit back, and they also, remember, got the timer back for killing the members of Golden Light as well. 2 of them taken down. They're probably sitting somewhere around 30 seconds as well, since it's just turned day number 6. They can go for it. The problem is both of these temporary zones isn't actually in favor of Theo. I think the best one would be right here because you do have the bush right underneath the temporary zone to actually fight over, right? I always talk about this, but Sapphire Protocol is a really good valuable resource in the middle of a fight for a Theo. They're gonna stick on to this. Now, what are your options? You have to walk into it, and a couple of double guillotines were invested from this team to try maybe dissuading the walk down. It could be a heads up play if they need to back away and maybe the Marcus is just continuously trying to chase up. It could be a utility that they are going to use to keep themselves alive. Spirit Arrow exchange for the Energy Blast Field. There is Hessel just going all the way to the end, but I think he might be a little bit too far away as Taekyung is just denying Alteo from walking back up himself. Faith and Wavering going to be popped from the Johan, but there is just no damage coming through. Look at the timer, 14 Daydream, double knockup coming through from Taekyung. This is a little bit trouble. Oh my god, the damage is just too much, and Sad Hands is just completely untouched throughout the fight. Daydream falls. It's going to be Taejeon Auto Arms, one of the most stable fights I've seen from this team throughout the entire course of the series, and of course it is. Timer disadvantage, position disadvantage, you get no damage output, and the Rio is just pumping auto attacks from you over the wall where you have no vision. It's just written in the books that was Team Taejeon Auto Arms' fight.
Hazel was just blinked, and that blink of Pure Rage Uppercut took them so far from the rest of the team that honestly it was a pretty easy turn for Cinema and Sad Hands. Now you've got to walk into Katya and Justina, and that's not really that fun. You do have the benefit of some damage mitigation coming out from the Priya, but look at the tags on Taeyeon. The armor pen is doing so much dividends coming out from the Blood Weapon Aurora, and look at Cinema. This is awful.
They're gonna force it.
And now the Socio to engage. Taeyeon able to deny a little bit of it. No flip coming out, and that is going to be a blast away from Insane. Insane is going 1v1 versus Taeyeon, and now look at this. I don't think Sad Hands has enough gas in the tank to go through all three of these members while the Riori poke is coming out, and I think the Astro Burst is still available as well.
I think the Astro Burst was infested from Sad Hands. Not from Sad Hands, but from New Rise Kangwon. It might be Riori. Yeah, it is Riori, but the problem is Sad Hands and Cinema just doesn't have the health to support this, so I don't think Riori, even without the Astro Burst, is ever going to be in trouble, because now you have to deal with a Marcus that is full HP. Great capitalization from New Rise Kangwon to make sure that the punishment for the Marcus walking a little bit too far through is going to be properly punished. Sad Hands trying to auto attack as much as he can will get blown up before he's able to trade it out against Insane. Cinema, the last one alive, even if it's a Priya. I don't know how much you have left. Astro Burst to finish it out on top of the Echoes of the Earth. New Rise Kangwon takes away game number 3. GG.
Yeah, that's a pretty big swing in the lobby, though, in general. We saw a bunch of different teams in the final zones that we were not seeing come out as well. I mean, we saw Daydream, but we didn't see New Rise Gangwon. We definitely didn't see Daejeon Auto Arms, and we also didn't see Team Busan Bespa even close to the finals on this game. It was a pretty early wipe for them, so we actually might see a pretty big shift in the score standings.
I think we'll be able to see one as well, considering the fact that despite the performance from Golden Light as well as, Busan Bespa, both of those teams are in first place for 2 different reasons, and one is because they've been placing really well, and the other is that they've been killing really well. There is no mix between the two, so there is no team that is just super ahead of the curve right now. Because if I remember correctly off of game number 2, the scores look somewhere around like 35-33, and then the third place team was somewhere in the mid-20s. So with New Rise Gangwon taking away game number 3, yeah, I think you're absolutely correct. The score sheet could definitely make big switch here.
And that's obviously really excited as we go past our halfway point into Season 7 semifinals. This will be game 4 coming in. And I don't honestly think any team really needs to shift up the compositions unless Marcus was banned, because I actually think a lot of these fights were like marginal differences, maybe like one mechanical play. I think the only team I thought that absolutely like really struggled was maybe Team Pointy End, because Sad Hands absolutely gapped Chol and Hisui versus Rio. But other than that, I can't really think of anything that really needs a switch up. It just maybe is a little tighter on the mechanics, tighter on the timings, tighter on the map play.
Right. One of the things that is going to happen, I think you were just talking about it, Marcus is banned, right? I think he said if Marcus is banned, yes, he is banned, because we did have 4 Marcuses in game number 3. We saw some of the options that teams were opting to go for during game number 2. It happened in game number 1 where the Marcus was banned, so teams for game number 2 had to switch things up. We saw a couple POs coming in. We did see the Ekion also from, Auto Arms coming through as well. Now we have to look at 4 different teams that are going to have to switch things up. It is nice to see that the Marcus was high value because that is what you want to see from characters that are getting banned out like this. But at the same time, if there's 4 different teams that need to change things up, I mean, what are we going to have for game number 4? I don't really know. What I do know is the score sheet, and look at that. Busan Vespa 43, Golden Light 42, and New Rise Gangwon in 3rd place with 41.5. It's an extremely close series between the top 4.
Yeah, and unfortunately, if you're Gwangju Slasher or Pointy End, this is not something you actually really want to see.
Yep.
You don't want to see the top so close, because that means that nobody's getting really booted, right? Because the top 4 are so close, there's a big gap even between 7th and 4th right now because those teams are so close together. A 21-point difference, it can be made, but that requires some disastrous games coming out from your top half. It's kind of out of your hands. You still need to play your best, but you also need the other teams to play their worst.
Yeah, it's going to be rough, especially for Pointy End right now. They're pretty down in the dirt, even with Cho and subbing in. You're right. There are some players in this lobby that are just completely gapping that Hisui. And for what it is, I think the Hisui did what she could. Some of these Subame Gaishis were forced out because the fights were just kind of forced onto them, if anything else. So yeah, you're going to have to rethink your strategy and how you decide to fight. After all, LCQ is a whole different thing than what Season Finals is. Season Finals is what it's called because of the caliber of players that are going to be playing in this. You're not going to be able to punish players and teams for making small mistakes just willy-nilly. They don't usually do that in Season Finals. We haven't really touched on any of these teams making some big, crucial mistakes. There have been a couple, but when it comes to the micro and overall team fights, there hasn't really been any. So for the Hisui to be able to punish things like that, you have to make your own opportunities. I didn't really see that during game number 3. So if they want to utilize this Hisui a bit better for Choun, game 4, they're going to have to find their openings or even make them. Otherwise, I hate to say it, it might be time to bring Sudo back. You need the consistent damage if that big highlight play character isn't working.
Yeah, no matter what, if you're at the point where you need to sub out of desperation in game 4, it might already be cooked because you only have 2 games to make it. So really, this game 4 is their make or break. So even if the Hisui ends up even if you want to sell out the Hisui for games 5 and 6, you gotta make the Hisui work in game 4.
If anything, at least you and I can proudly say we were able to see a Hisui in Season Finals, right? Regardless of what ends up happening, the fact that we're able to say that in the first place, I think, is real testament to see how far these players have come. Hisui, for the longest of time, especially over on the KR side of things, was not exactly considered the greatest because there's just way too many variables with that character. But if you bring someone like Choun in, who is that Hisui one trick, is able to control those variables to a certain degree, yeah, you're going to have some real star-studded plays like we saw in LCQ. I believe there was a 1v3 that happened from that player, and a lot of clutches that happened from the finals of LCQ. Whether or not they can replicate that performance in Season Finals is a whole different thing, but my goodness, am I excited to be able to see that character over and over again this late into the season.
Yeah, I mean, there's some characters that I just like to, not just as a caster, but as a viewer, just really like to watch. I like any of these really flashy melee characters. I haven't seen him in a while, but Camilo is also up there for me for like a viewer favorite. I like any of those super flashy melee characters that can actually straight up 1v3 a fight. There's some that you'll say, oh, this guy carried the fight, but this guy straight up he's down 2 team members and then turned the fight. I love that stuff.
Yeah, if they're playing characters like that and it works out, they had to pilot it perfectly. I think that's one of the biggest things. It's a real showcase of how good a player is at a character because they need to fight perfectly, especially at this caliber. So yeah, we'll see if they are able to do it. Choun probably going to be going back onto the Hisui. I don't really know if they're going to play anything else other than that character. It's one of the reasons why Choun is in this roster to begin with, if I'm going to be honest with you, because they knew it. Pointy End knew who they were signing over onto their team. they knew who they were playing with. Chone, as I mentioned, Hisui one trick, they know what's going on, right? If I see anything else on Chone, they are really desperate, and I don't want to see that just off of a game number 3 performance. I want to see them continuing to try the Hisui, maybe swap things up a little bit, and that's what we will end up seeing. The Hisui gonna come back once again. Mai for Sardavi, as you mentioned earlier. Mai for Nodanel, and another Mai for Yoha. So that character seeming to be banned for game number 5. Do we see anything else? A Kenneth for Tekken. Does he just not want to play the Piolo anymore, maybe? Which is kind of sad for me, because I picked up that character because of him.
Definitely a character that has so much carry potential. It's kind of ludicrous. Especially coming from, like, even in a solo frontline position, can just really take over a fight. I do think the Mai ban coming out is interesting, because none of these teams are really defaulting Mai, except Pointy-N. So now that we've mentioned subbing in Sora, now it becomes even more of a possibility, right? Because you might not be able to have that Mai to enable the Hisui from Cho.
Yeah, really worried about it, but that worry is going to come through during game number 5. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Oh no. That is a buffer that I'm seeing on the clean feed. It's not you guys. You guys can still hear us. Our voices are still going. Kaz, you're live. Hello, Kaz.
Hello.
Okay. We're still here. It's just a clean feed. We'll see if I can get that fixed up for you guys in just a second. But while we're waiting on that, we'll bring it back over onto us. Never mind. It started fixing. Okay, there we go. We are back. What was that?
Luckily, I don't think anybody missed anything, just because it was the loading screen. Anyways, we were seeing the test subject room, so we should be live. We should be seeing our game soon. Oh.
Who's eating the wires? Windy, get off the wires, man. Listen, you might be hungry, but we need to watch. Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of buffering issues. If that is the case, we do apologize. It's all good, though. As long as you guys can hear our voices, we're not dead, okay? So don't worry about that. We're seeing the exact same thing you guys are watching, because for those of you guys who don't know how ERM works, at least from the broadcast side, we watch a clean feed. So this is basically a YouTube screen that we are watching right now. So if there's buffering, then there's buffering. That's what it is.
You basically have us as your, like, super official co-streamers.
I know.
Like, it does get much more official than an Eternal Return game co-stream, but yeah, that is basically how the behind the scenes goes for us. We get directly. Oh, the free at last? Very close though. I gotta say, we are seeing a little bit of that classic aggression on day 1. Look at Roser. Roser is going to town.
But all tail with the jukes.
Altail actually did great jukes. And then there was the Sapphire Protocol to get out as well. Really well played. But yeah, no, Roser wanted that. You can see the blink. That was definitely... He definitely wanted that Theodore down.
Yep. I will say, just for you real quick, you might have to catch back up. I think our clean feed maybe just slightly misaligned. I'll let you figure that out in just a second. Ryori, unfortunately, going to get taken down by Fangio Slasher, as they are fully grouped up, which is quite rare, I think, this early into the game. As I said, a lot of teams have been kind of prioritized on just picking players off, whether that be a 1v1, a 2v1, 2v2, whatever it is. I haven't really seen too many teams group up this early, but Songnam Rocks is another team that's going to try to do that. Suwamai Gaishi on the backside is going to try to catch out Hyungi, but he gets healing from something. Parry straight into the coup de grace. Not exactly sure if that's what you wanted to do. Nichiren Cut does keep Chone alive. I don't know if Belzer has enough damage for the same thing for Hyungi. The Nichiren Cut might have actually been enough for Chone to stay alive, and that's what I mean. You get everything out on this character correctly at the same time, you are undeniably tanky for some reason. It is ridiculous. Flash Cut,
Absolutely.
maybe? The distance isn't there. It's going to disappear, and yeah, that's it.
So, no, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think her effective HP ranges incredibly hard. The one thing I do have to say is in the competitive lobbies, Nichiren Cut loses a lot of its value because people just see the red circle and then click away from it.
Yep.
So to actually get a value Nichiren Cut usually requires some enabling from your tank player, or I mean, in this case, Bungwala stun on the Adina can sometimes support that, but that's really conditional. That's why you see so many of these like high-level Hisuis go for the flash cut, as we do see Altail versus Rosner. This time, you're not getting it. No brushes to cheat away from Rosner. Rosner is going to be able to secure that kill. Actually, Sun stole the kill. Bad teammate.
Chaos. Make the call out, son, sir. Make the call out. You stole it out. You stole it out. It's all good. Overall, 1 point for Team Busan Best, but is there any team that is above that? 1.5 for Songnam Rocks. Actually, that's a team that's been consistently getting a lot of kills in the earlier stages of the game. You notice that?
Yeah,
I'm saying
sure.
1.5 for those guys. And Belzer is also back on his youth as well. Love to see it. It's not a character that he's played too often throughout the course of the season because of changes. Chon making a little bit of an oopsie on the initiation, as I believe the Tsubame Gaishi did absolutely nothing but tag maybe Belzer just at the end of it. I do see some remnant damage going through. Surprisingly enough, the damage trade is actually not bad between these two teams, but it's over a meteorite. If they don't finish this fight quick and pick up the objective, there's going to be other teams that start to pile on in. Woundorado lands over onto Belzer, but a lot of the damage pressure from Curry is just way too good. Chon doesn't have any kill pressure right now because he doesn't have items. No Onohoshi's out either. That's just going to be the fight over with Songnam Rock picking up the meteorite. They're still trying to chase onto this though, thinking that the fight's not over, but look at the pathing on some of these players. Bungwa is a little bit far away, half HP for Sardavi. I don't know if they have a case here.
Yeah, and the flash cut is going to go wide. It was just, I feel like it was two different ideas. It looked like Sardavi wanted to keep chasing, but it looked like Bungwa with the blink out. You do see actually the putting rock going wide. Oh yeah, no, well played. Wait, was Youngki the one with the meteorite? Who picked the meteorite? Was it?
I think it was the Rio. It should be the Rio, but she's also dead because they got their party just now, and Cho's also dead too on the ground. What just happened? How'd they kill Iso? What?
Things Hisui does. Anyways. Yeah, that does end up, I think, the meteorite going to Team Daydream. Don't worry, guys. We're still here. So you can see by the screen swing that clearly we do have an engagement between Golden Light and Team. Is it Slasher? Yeah, this is Gongju Slasher. So hopefully, put in the chat. Predict 2 wins. Hopefully, we'll still see the death timers by the time we're back.
Oh man, the clean feed's having a little bit of issues today, huh? It's not on my end. I think Kaz's side is also lagging. My bitrate's pretty fine. I'm hoping that it's gonna fix itself soon. We'll probably start sending messages if it starts lagging a little bit too much. We do apologize for that. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, so let's talk about the fight that actually just did happen. Yeah, the JP side is also buffering over on their side too. Alright, so it's not just us, it's everything happening all at once. The fight didn't get skipped, so we can actually watch this. Let's see who actually ends up winning.
Whiff on the catwalk from Yoa. That is going to be unfortunate.
Okay.
Because, yeah, the full rainbow doing a great job of section. I feel like Yeoman has been doing such a great job of using the full rainbow to basically cancel out any tank engagements, right? Because what happens is the tank extends and the mechanics of Golden Light are good enough where they dodge out on the initial engage, and the tank becomes so sectioned off by the full rainbow that it just becomes a focus fire. Also, I just noticed Golden Light did pivot to the haze and the
this is something. Wait, with the Kaguya, hold up.
But yeah, I did not notice that before. My bad.
What the heck? Oh, okay, that's so weird because now where's your safety net?
That's what I was about to say. Because a lot of it was on the back of HG2 just dashing in with the Peacemaker rather, to create a zone where you can do a lot of damage, evade some cooldowns, and then have that survivability. Now, you have him on the Katya, and everybody is a glass cannon now. There's no real. Whoa!
What are we doing?
A little boy, exploit. Let's settle down, yeah? What's going on here?
We're just farming defense mastery or what? What was that? X-Boy playing with fire there. I guess he didn't think that the Kadi had enough damage, but with the Ashen Reaper auto attacks just kind of mixing in between those autos. Yeah, G does quite a lot of damage. It's night number 2. You have your initial 4-square transitions. What is their Kadia on? Nothing actually, and they were able to pump out that much damage. What is their? They're sitting on Vampiric? I thought that was. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but just randomly a 0 transition Kadia was able to take down a Haze that far low, so you gotta be careful with that, I guess.
I mean, Haze isn't the paragon of defense, I would say.
Wait, no. I apologize. It was Gwangju Slasher's Haze that was fighting up against the 4 transition Kadia. I mixed it up.
Yeah, from Golden Light. Yeah. I think yeah, even if it was a lower transition Katya, like it's not like Hayes' defense is that's not gonna be that big, especially in their base build.
Katya is really good at fighting up against some of these squishy targets as she gets free reign over him. Usually the trouble she's gonna have is fighting up against frontliners or even bruisers, maybe tanks as well. Just tickle them with those auto attacks, and with how slow each of her autos hit, she's supposed to be a big rocket, right? It might fire slowly, but each of those hits are supposed to hit like a truck. Yeah, you don't want to walk up against that as a very squishy character. Golden Light still faring well on their own now on the bottom left side of the map. Sitting inside a beach, getting a bit of control. Youngie, their entire team's picking up the Lumi credits as well. It's a pretty quiet start to day number 3 for what it is. Outside of Busan Festival, when did they wipe?
Wait, that's actually... Wait, I don't think we did. That's disastrous, though.
What happened?
Wait, that's pretty big because that's like 2 aces in a row for them. No, I think they went 6 last game. But yeah, I think we have a good chance for Golden Light to pick up a lot here. As we do see the initiation coming down from the Theodore. Do we see the Pure Rage Uppercut come out yet? No, and it's gonna go on to X-Boy. But where's the follow-up? There's no ability for Altail to walk up. I mean, honestly though, like, don't sleep on a Nikki going band for band with a backline. Like, she can definitely 1v1. Oh my goodness. And forcing out the exclusive from Yoha. And now Nizika getting a lot of damage on the side. This is such a weird fight. But Altail is actually able to pick up X-Boy. But look how sectioned off he is, and Hessel's already down. Are you gonna be able to... Are you able to turn this? Look at the damage coming in. Oh my god! Altail, you are insane! You are insane! That was basically a 1v3. Did you see that positioning?
What on earth did I just witness, man? That is absolutely bonkers. He has the Tellurian timepiece. Did it pop at the end there? Maybe enough damage just came from the vigor that you were able to get the kill. I don't know what it was, but either way, that's an entire team gone. Now Songnam Rock's trying to duke it out up against New Rise Kawan. That's going to be disengaged away, but inside of archery range, down goes one. It's a trade between the two teams as Daejeon Auto Arms loses one. Unfortunately, Pointy going to lose two. Boomguk falls down as well as Chon. That's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Team Daejeon Auto Arms. New Rise Kawan finally catches out. Never mind, they're got out as Nodanel has to completely book it. Songnam Rocks is going to be able to pick up one, and that is, I believe, also an objective going into their hands. I saw something popping on the left side, unless I'm completely blind. Something just huge happened in the past minute or two of this game, and I don't know what the pacing was, because something happened, another thing happened, 3 things happened at once. My god, and now we are down 2 teams. What the hell?
That was what a great turn. The value of Theodore in that terrain was huge, and then we're seeing like Pointy end Soul.B is gonna be kind of straggling for a while, because even once you get one of your teammates up, you gotta find a safe place to farm in a lobby that obviously you still have 6 teams alive. The map is not as open as it look like you would hope it would be, and Tango is gonna get tagged by the yellow. Is gonna get followed up. That's actually not. That's not bad poke coming out from the Katya ultimate, but I don't think the follow-up is going to be there for them, unfortunately. We do see that a pretty decent amount of items on Daejeon Auto Arms now. We are seeing Sad Hands almost on full build. We do see, oh yes, this is going to be the white for Pointy, and you have to assume the exclusive saving from the... Wait, I didn't save from the Spartan, they did it. And now, yeah, Spartan the other, Blink, dash out. No, actually, Soul.B is doing a pretty good job. We're going for the res. This is pretty bold. But honestly, Chona is going to be able to get out, because I guess they were... Was it Theodore? Not Theodore, sorry. Rather, the Johan not able to walk up and...
Wait, if they take this White Lily, there is a possibility something can happen. The Nikki's actually kind of far away, so Dobby's sitting on single digits of timer. They don't have enough credits to bring Pungwa back just yet, which is the reason why they're trying to get out of here. Will spawn up towards the north side of the map. Luckily, it's inside of Police Station. Now, I say luckily, but that's more of the positioning in which they res that. It's not lucky at all, because there's a couple teams hanging around that area. Maybe they can maneuver correctly to get out. Oh boy, Pointy, and they're in a whole heap of trouble. 5.5 TS, not bad at all right now, but they're still sitting in 8th place. And as you mentioned, this game has to be the one where Pointy finds some success with this. Otherwise, it might be time for Sudo to just come back. The road is looking pretty tough ahead for that team.
And you know what road is not looking too bad? Altail able to get the red shoes online. We've not actually seen, so we've seen him sit with the Stockings in his inventory for multiple games and just sit on the white rhinos. We actually haven't seen the power of the red shoes of Vampiric Theodore. This guy is not only going to pump out an insane amount of damage, the sustain is going to be ludicrous now. It is a really strong Theodore, plus you're backed up by a Yoha. Like, we're going to see a completely different look from Daydream, unless... I'm going to jinx it, actually. No, I should not have said that. But if Alltail is allowed to play their game, they're going to pump out a lot of damage, and even if they have like some poke damage getting traded, they're going to trade forward with it, because they just have the lifesteal.
Yep, and even aside from that healing reduction, right, minus 60% instead of the regular 40, there's quite a bit of characters that do like to sustain in this one, so it's going to matter quite a bit. Spirit Arrow going to miss out from Sad Hand. That's also the Soul Stealer invested. They're really trying hard for this. Ryori ends up blinking away, if I saw that correctly. And here we go, Flame Crusher out, tagged over onto 2, but that's a lot of damage traded out. Ryori just built up the Chaser, and they walked into every single fire source from that team. Tejon Auto Arms. What happened? You guys just walked straight into the Wickle line that just built up a Chaser. It's night number 4. That's such a big advantage going in favor of that team. Here we go. Another fight though. Golden Light does end up picking up the Wickle line buff, but there's 2 teams trying to sandwich this team inside of this area. HG2 is going to have to get out of here, and the fight's just going to carry on over as Sad Hand. Oh no, not. What's that? Sorry, Dobby gets completely annihilated. Some of them rocks. They may have lost out on the Wick buff, but they do get the blood sample. It's going to go straight over onto Curry. We know where that's going into.
Yeah, pretty greedy coming up from Sir Dabi to just try to walk up and take that. I don't think you have any items, so I feel like that's a pretty ambitious steal in the VF blood that I feel like you have to give it up there. But yeah, now you're looking at and look at Pointy and so pinned. Sean, I don't think you have it in you. The parry coming out, but it's gonna end up getting stunned by the full rainbow anyways. No down out trading out. Now Team Golden Light looking very strong though. And that, Soul Stealer Tia. Wait, I haven't seen something like this. I also think we saw the Commander's headset coming out from there, so this is definitely a very interesting build coming out from the team, more of a tanky build. And the engage coming out from Yohan is actually really good. Seeing Sungnam Rocks though, getting the engage on HG2, can we run out in time? The Spear Arrow is gonna go wide. We do see the coup de grace going out onto it is Yoman. And yes, we will see Fancy able to live. Do you have enough credits to call in though? You
just one?
do, I believe. No, just one actually, yeah.
No. That's, what is that, 320, 340 on that team overall. It's not going to be enough, which is really rough for Team Golden Light. These guys were looking for a lot more where this game came from. 9.5, especially with Busan Bespa falling down really early. Yes, they might be in the lead in comparison to that team, but you got to take opportunities like this to extend the lead that you have up against that first place team as much as possible. But that team fight was just so awkward across the board. I think for the past maybe 2 minutes, Golden Light were on the back end, constantly getting pressured by third parties here and there. They fight a team, and then Songnam Rocks walks in from the back, gets the catch out. Can't really run from a Yuki at this point either. He's got the Soul Stealer, he's got the Prey to back it up. You don't have a safety net of what we saw before with Peacemaker on hard. You only have a Soul Stealer, which was invested to chase down some players. It's just rough, right?
I'm going to tell you to hold that thought, though, because we are looking at a lobby with only 3 teams alive at day 5.
Yeah.
So this actually is... If Golden Light is able to stay alive, if Fancy just now this is gonna be hard. But if you're able to finesse a second for yourself, wait, you're gonna pull them into the team. Wait, that's Fancy going down, but now is there engagement coming out? Yeah, you see it. Hessel's going. Okay, yeah, never mind. Let's just engage. Yeah, I was looking at that. I was looking at the positioning, and I saw the Theodore's energy field, and I was like, oh, I don't want that. Let's give it a little reset.
This was third
about to be. Yeah, I mean, there was a world where maybe you're able to pull and then, like, somehow, like, blink out, maybe cause another fight, but you're almost always gonna get focused down there. I was gonna say, maybe you are able to find Daydream and Songnam Rocks fighting each other before final zones, and then you actually finesse a second, but it will just be a third for team. Was it? Wait.
Golden Light.
Team Golden Light. Yeah, there's 2 hazes, so I'm trying to make sure I'm getting the right one. But Hessel's no slouch at this point. Like, we're seeing the same build we saw get in line, I think, game 2, where we have a Chinese opera mask for some extra flat pen as well. This haze can really kill anybody on that team.
I also want to say it's okay for a team like Golden Light, but the problem is Songnam Rocks right now is sitting on 14.5. By the time this game is over, if they end up winning, it's 20.5 points for that team. They're sitting at 41.5. If they win this game, they're going to be sitting at 42 points. That's close for the top 4. Daydream is also a team that's in 4th place right now. The top 3 are in danger of almost being kind of scattered around the leaderboard after this game if they're not careful about this. We already know what happened to Busan Vespa. Gwangju Slasher is also in a little bit of shambles themselves, but Golden Light, 9.5. Is that going to be enough for them to somehow hold on to that lead in comparison to everyone else in the lobby, or are they also going to be toppled down eventually as the game goes on? Daydream walking into Forest now, duking it out potentially up against Songnam Rocks. Both of these teams I don't think know each other are there. There is no CCTV inside of this area specifically. That camera doesn't catch them out. Yeah, both teams don't know that. Well, actually, no. Daydream definitely knows that Songnam Rocks is here because of the bad kill. They got the ping off of it, but Songnam Rocks doesn't know.
And just look at these items. These items from Songnam Rocks are incredible. You're seeing a full build on everybody compared to Hessel and Altail are very strong, but I mean, look at Rami. Rami is going to be a little weaker, and look at this catch-out potential coming out. Look at the poke. Actually, not that much poke coming out because the Johan is going to be able to mitigate any of the neutral poke coming out from the Priya, but the damage will start to stick because as these...
Temp zoning?
Yes. Wait.
Daydream should not. They just lost a ton of timer. They need to leave like right now. There we go. Okay. I was gonna say, if you fight that temp zone, you're in such a disadvantage. My god, thank god.
Yeah, very questionable if they walked in. I wonder if they was just to posture to make sure that they had the guaranteed like ability to walk them into the corridor they want. I really, this is their only chance to win, is I think forcing them into a terrain that Theodore favors. So by just kind of keeping them from walking out too far, you do get to fight a little bit more on your own terms, but still the wallet check is definitely real.
But don't slotch on Altail. He might not have the Widowmaker, but you don't necessarily need that on Theo because the gold transition that he has is essentially the same thing, just slightly less damage. You've seen Altail just constantly pull this off. C4 is going down on the ground. When is Belzer going to pull the trigger, or when is Hessel going to pull the trigger? Range-wise, Altail should have the advantage here just because these shield plus laser combinations are going to outrange quite literally anybody on Team Songnam Rocks. But every single time Altail walks up, it's going to be a bit on dealing with those flowers. Nice auto attacks from Curry. Should be healed right back up with Rami. These Radiant Brilliance, Radiant Lights should be good at keeping them safe. Songnam Rocks slowly starting to push them out of the zone though. This is good coverage from everybody on Songnam Rocks. Some slight micro decisions maybe from each of these teams could be the decision makers. It is absurdly close right now. Cataclysm's also doing a lot from Youngie.
Absolutely. Rami's doing a lot of the heavy lifting in this neutral, right? All the sustain that he's providing to his team. Hessel, the Spark Nade, like, oh my goodness!
Man.
It just cascaded so quickly. Spark Nade to stun Belzer, and then just a great catch find from Altail onto Curry. And now Hyungi, I mean, I'm pretty good at this. You are going to see the value coming out. And honestly, I think another thing we have to say is the heal cut advantage from the Red Shoes is definitely doing its dividends, plus all the healing. The neutral was just so well favored for Team Daydream in that scenario. Just a lot of sustain, even though the Priya had a lot of damage, and even though the Curry on the Rio was actually doing measurable chunks, the chunks did not stick.
All right, well, Daydream, they're going to be able to take away game number 4, and that's what they have going into the break. So congratulations to this team. A little bit unfortunate for Team Songnam Rocks. They're not going to be able to get that 20.5 game that I was talking about, but regardless, a good game coming out from them. If anything, I think it was just Altail managing to land that one Spark Nade. They're the ones that has the upper hand throughout the entire course of that fight, to be right. Let's be real here. There is no upper hand that I think Songnam Rocks had. You're never going to be able to initiate as Belzer, because even if you do, you can only tag the Nikki if you try. Tagging the Theo, the Nikki jumps on your backline, and by the time Theo's done with his stun, he can follow up on everybody else on your team. It was just bad for Songnam Rocks. Altail lands that one crucial Spark Nade over onto the Rio. The Nikki piles on in, and then starting from there, it's fight over. Nothing too crazy. I think it was just team composition rock, paper, scissors that worked out in Team Daydream's favor. They capitalized on it and won the game.
Yeah, I think making sure that you were fighting in a terrain that was favorable for the Theodore was actually what really secured them. We were a little shaky about the possible temp zone popping, but I think just being able to properly walk the team into the position you wanted them to really played into their hand there, and it was very well played.
For sure. All right, well, hopefully all of the buffering stuff for the clean feed is going to fix itself. I did see recommendations from Snipey to bring out the backup of the Chichiji and the Freaka streams. Unfortunately, I would do that if a Freaka and Chichiji didn't lag for me. They are perma-buffering for me nowadays. Ever since Chichiji came up, I tried watching some Korean streamers. I think perma-lags for me. And if I also bring up the YouTube or the Twitch feed, oh no, there is no Twitch feed, sorry. If I bring up the YouTube feed, I'm going to have to like deafen the audio for it, which means you guys aren't going to be able to hear game sounds. It sucks, but we'll deal with it, right? If we're seeing buffering here, we're seeing it, you guys are seeing it, we'll manage, right? We'll manage. We'll try to get it sorted out by tomorrow. Maybe they're having connection issues over there. It's all good and dandy. It doesn't detach away from the fact that we are getting some really good games of Eternal Return right now. A lot of things that we kind of predicted from the beginning of the series, especially for each one of these teams, are coming to fruition. Some of them maybe well in terms of what we want to see. But on the other hand, while we might be seeing some things we want to see, we're not seeing the results that we want to see for some of these teams. Pointy End is definitely one of them. Now comes the question, now that we're going to a break, what do you do here, right, as Pointy End? Are you going to stick with Choen, keep the Hisui in the game? Is it just a couple of unlucky games, or is it time to bring back the consistent DPS of Suru? Now that also the Mai is going to be banned for game number 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty hard decision to make because you're not really enabling the Hisui, but also Hisui offers the explosiveness that you might need because you need a big point jump now.
Could slap in Estelle with the composition, maybe just provide a little bit of safety net for the Hisui, but I'm not entirely sure. But what we do know for sure is the scores after game number 4. Daydream will now be above Team Busan Bespu, who's actually going to be pushed down all the way to 4th place. I talked about this during the game, right? 1 point in 8th place, like that's nothing for a team like that, especially by the time we get into game number 4. Everybody's been doing really consistent in climbing that leaderboard. Seeing the results of it now. Daydream in 1st place, New Rise Kangwon right behind them, 54, and Golden Light will also take their place on 3rd with 51.5. So it's all down to Busan Bespa now. If we start seeing them struggle for the next couple of games that we have left, there is a very good chance they might be relegated out of day number 2, despite the fantastic start they had 2 games in a row that they won for games 1 and 2.
Yeah, maybe it is just time to call back to what you were winning on before. Game 2 was a bit of a lucky break in terms of tempo. They just got a lot of items, but they did play pretty slow game 1, and they ended up winning out on it. So maybe just playing to the scaling is their best bet.
Yeah, that is what I'm thinking as well. If whatever you've been doing doesn't work out, just kind of go back to your fundamentals. You talked about that word specifically at the beginning. Go back to your roots. Do what you know best. That's the word that I was looking for, and then carry on from there. Guys, that was game number 4, an even number of games, so we're going to go to a break. I'm not going to show the team posters this time around because music has been a little bit finicky today. I'll see if I can get that sorted out tomorrow. So for the next 10 minutes until we come back for games 5 and 6, just watch some of the ads and some of the trailers that's been going on for ER because they have been an absolute banger. So we'll be back. Grab some water, grab a snack, go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here in 10 minutes.
일어나, 수업 끝났어. 언제 잠들었지? 우리 간만에 사진 찍을까? 그러지 뭐. 하나, 둘, 짜잔. 둘이 찍은 사진 내 계정에 올려도 되지? 마음대로 해. 오늘도 열심히 공부했다. 잠만 잘 놓고선. 계정 보니까 언니만 잘 나온 사진 올리더라. 쌍둥이인데 다를 게 있나? 해보자고. 당근이지. 동생 잘해? 나한테 맡겨. 잘 놀았다. 덕분에 좀 상쾌해졌어. 8달의 연구 성과가 이 손에 있다고. 세상엔 멍청이들이 너무 많아. 이 길도 그렇고. 할 수 있는 걸 하라고. 나머지는 알아서 되니까. 원주율이 뭐냐고 물으면 수학자는 그 정의를 말하지. 물리학자는 오차값을 말하고. 공학자는 적응하지 못하면 도태되는 거지. 학교야말로 진짜 정의가 필요한 곳이야. 준비 완료! 정의의 히어로 유스티나 등장! 용기와 각오가 길을 열어줄 거야. 놓치지 않아! 정의의 이름으로! 이게 내 정의야! 사이좋게 지내는 게 최고지, 안 그래? 오늘보다 더 평화로운 내일이 되길. 어떤 악에도 굴하지 않는 용기와 힘을! 좋아! 이대로만 가자.
This is QCK Performance. Pick your preferred surface. Extra fast glide with next to no resistance, control and precision, or a perfect mix of the two. This is precision made personal.
리나, 준비 운동은 해야지. 하나, 둘, 괜찮아. 이따 새 거 사자. 리나, 파도 소리 들리니? 인형극이 곧 시작될 거야. 점성술을 시작해볼까요? 물고기 자리를 떠나 물병 자리로. 모래가 옷 속으로 들어오네요.
하체 운동부터 시작해볼까? 찬물이면 잠시 들어갔다 나올까 싶은데 휴식도 훈련의 일부다.
아무리 거센 파도라도 베어가를 수 있어. 바다를 건너는 한 마리 제비처럼. 수업 끝! 같이 놀래? 나도 같이 갈 거야. 일어나, 수업 끝났어. 언제 잠들었지? 우리 간만에 사진 찍을까? 그러지 뭐. 하나, 둘, 짜잔! 둘이 찍은 사진 내 계정에 올려도 되지? 마음대로 해. 오늘도 열심히 공부했다. 잠만 자놓고선. 계정 보니까 언니만 잘 나온 사진 올리더라. 쌍둥이인데 다를 게 있나? 해보자고. 당근이지. 동생 잘해? 나한테 맡겨. 잘 놀았다. 덕분에 좀 상쾌해졌어. 수년의 연구 성과가 이 손에 있다고. 세상엔 멍청이들이 너무 많아. 이 길도 그렇고. 할 수 있는 걸 하라고. 나머지는 알아서 되니까. 원주율이 뭐냐고 물으면 수학자는 그 정의를 말하지. 물리학자는 오차값을 말하고. 공학자는 적응하지 못하면 도태되는 거지. 학교야말로 진짜 정의가 필요한 곳이야. 준비 완료! 정의의 히어로 유스티나 등장! 용기와 각오가 길을 열어줄 거야. 놓치지 않아! 정의의 이름으로! 이게 내 정의야! 사이좋게 지내는 게 최고지, 안 그래? 오늘보다 더 평화로운 내일이 되길. 어떤 악에도 굴하지 않는 용기와 힘을! 좋아, 이대로만 가자.
This is QCK Performance. Pick your preferred surface. Extra fast glide with next to no resistance, control and precision, or a perfect mix of the two. This is precision made personal.
리나, 준비 운동은 해야지. 하나, 둘, 괜찮아. 이따 새거 사자.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. Hope you guys all had a great one. 10 minutes, again, it's a long break that I'm really glad to have. The Korean side is going to do their interview. This time around, it's going to be with Altale. Sorry, I was about to say Atale, but that's not what it is. We're not going to be doing the translation, so let's bring it back over onto us. Hopefully you guys had a great break, because we still have 2 more games remaining now for Season 7 Finals, day number 1. Got games 5 and 6 that is up on the chopping board for all of you guys to determine the 4 teams now, actually, that will be moving on into day number 2 tomorrow. These last 2 games are it, Cass?
Yeah, and it's make or break for a couple teams. We're already talking about it. Some teams, it's going to be a really uphill battle, but some teams that were on the top of the hill, you know, again, rolling down a little bit. We definitely need to see Team Busan Bespa really pick it up in the next 2 games, because it's not that big of a difference between 4th and 5th now. So you have another like tragic 8th, tragic 7th. You could easily lose your chances at tomorrow.
Right, and if anything, I want to really emphasize the amount of success the other 3 teams in that top 4 is, right? Like, I want to emphasize the amount of success they've been having. Golden Light, as I mentioned earlier, is not a team that has been placing extremely well. They've actually never even been to the temporary zone so far, but they just have so many kills throughout the entire course of the series that they're sitting in 1st place right now, and that is absolutely amazing to do, especially in a series like this where we've seen constant team fighting across the board. You would expect every single team to have so many team kills, so many TS, the KS, the kill point, the kill score as well. But no, it is just Team Golden Light. My goodness, I'm messing up my words already. Team Golden Light just standing at the top with the exorbitant amount of kills that they've had throughout the entire course of the series. Now, they had to change things around a little bit. I'm assuming you and I talked about it, where they swapped out the heart in exchange for something else. I think that's because the Justina was banned for game number 4. I think that might have been why we ended up swapping over to the Kadia as well as the Haze instead. Found a little bit of success with it. But with the Justina back, I do think they're going to be going back over onto that roster one more time.
Yeah, good spot on that. Honestly, I think we neglected to mention that initially going into game four, but it kind of changed the whole identity of the comp. You saw that the engage role ended up going to the Tia, taking the healing drone, going commander's headset, like kind of like a bruiser build. It didn't work as well, because I think one of the things that you kind of need in that triple range comp is somebody who buys time in a like very meaningful way, right? And we've seen Fanon, Gangnam Sparkle use the Chloe ultimate, and then the Peacemaker is just pretty important.
Mm.
It's definitely pretty important.
Yep, the biggest combo rotations for some of these triple backline characters is something that we all have to experience, and once we start detaching away from that, maybe straying away from it, that's when we start to get a little bit nervous, and rightfully so in the game that we just had, right? While they weren't necessarily locked down by a lot of important cooldowns like the Peacemaker, they were still getting third-partied, which is one of the most susceptible way triple backline compositions like that end up getting taken down. No matter how ahead they are, they have to use all of their utility, they have to use all of their cooldown in order to fight the team in front of them. And if there's a team chasing behind you after you use all of your cooldowns, you're just dead. You don't have utility, you don't have the health stat, you don't have the defenses to just tank the damage, wait for your cooldowns to come back, because you've already sent it out. That's all of your damage. So, yeah, let's see how some of these teams play, I think, the next couple of games. Third party has been abundantly present throughout the course of tonight. So if these teams are keeping an eye out for that, I think maybe a little bit of safety net plays might be important for the ones that are already sitting in that top 4 spot. Maybe try risking it a little bit, but you do need to get that vision information before you start fighting. Otherwise, you're going to get third-partied, as we've seen in the past 4 games.
Absolutely. I think we've just seen the value of vision because we've seen how many victims of C there have been, like there's been a lot of third parties that have costed people either their life or like at least one teammate's life, maybe two, even probably a couple wipes have resulted from it. Because even though most teams are pretty good at running away, it cascades, right?
Yep.
You lose one player, a lot of the times it's on timing, so where you're fighting for an objective, which means you just called in probably, right? Because you're not going to fight an objective unless you're on good tempo, which means you're down credits, which means you lose that player, and suddenly you're sitting at 30 credits across the board. You're out of the game, basically.
I have noticed a lot of teams also risking it right before objectives are about to spawn. I think I've talked about it a couple of times, but there have been people who are dying 10 seconds before night number 1 ends. And while it is okay for you to die, maybe somewhere around 30 seconds or so before it starts turning into the next rotation, especially after night number 1, if you start dying 10 seconds before it changes, 1, you have to wait for your death timer. 2, yes, you do get an idea of where everybody is, but it's high enough in caliber of these players that you're not going to really find free transitions. Most of the time, if you're dying before day number 2 pops, it's for the information. Well, that information goes nowhere if you die too close to when the objective actually spawns. So let's see how it goes. But here we go, guys. Game number 5. Character selection is now underway. And for Team Pointien, it is, as I said, it's going to be Sudu coming back. Fortunately, Choen is just not going to have it. 3 bans for characters up on the top of your screen. As you can see, the Mark is going to be banned one more time because he was picked 4 times, right? It's the new ban rule that we saw during Season 7, where if your character is picked 3 times, they're banned for 1 game. If their character is picked 4 times for 2 games, so that's going to stay here too. We're going to see Marcus coming back during game number 6. No Mai, no Rio either. They'll all be back for game number 6, so let's see if we have any bans now. Ew. It's the Justina, going to be picked 4 times, going to be banned for the rest of the series. I was about to say season, but that's not the case. Banned for the rest of the series. Now it all comes down to how these teams decide to respond to this. Golden Light, they're going to be forced to play a different comp once again. Same thing for Gwangju Slasher, Daejeon Auto Arms, New Rise Kangwon. There's a lot of things that can change around after this.
Yeah, one thing I really want to see from Golden Light, though, is their capability of closing out a game. They've had these really high octane, high tempo, high kill games, but they still haven't closed one out.
That matters a lot tomorrow, especially if they make it, right? It is checkpoint format for day number 2. You need to actually win the game eventually, right? If you want to win the entire tournament, you got to win a game. But this is the limitation that you tend to see with triple backline characters, is that later on into the game, eventually, a lot of bruisers are going to get tanky enough where you have to pump them full of damage more than 1 or 2 rotations of your skills. We've seen that over and over again. Some of these Marcuses has been staying alive for such a long time. And then they start building items like the Hermes for CC reduction. It becomes monumentally more difficult to cut through them. Their backline also has damage. You're very squishy. Everything needs to be played perfectly, which is not always going to happen when there's third party that is also going to be a factor. So yeah, Golden Light has a lot of things they're going to have to be worried about. I do want to see them maybe potentially finishing out a game as well, but that's all on them. They can't do it. Might have to change things around a little bit. Might have to rethink things through, especially tomorrow. But for now, we're just looking for the top 4, and we'll see how it goes. It's game 5, now on their way. Saw the hockey puck zooming in earlier. I couldn't capitalize on it because I was talking, but yeah, number 5.
Yeah, we really... I'm just a little concerned because I feel like somebody in Suru just means that you don't have as explosive of a comp. So I'm a little worried for Team Pointy End in terms of snowballing their points. And I mean, we also need to see... That's a lot of damage coming out. And yeah, Yowa, even though despite giving the heli-tack stat, it's still gonna be their teammate going down. And this is not what Slasher needs, by the way. Like, we were talking a lot about Pointy End needing to get the ball rolling. Well, Slasher is also in a spot where they really need this game.
Pointy End also ended up losing out on a member, but at least... Oh no, I think that Justina just died to wolves. Kwangju Slasher is in shambles right now, man. They're just constantly losing members left and right. Weird death timers, stagnated all over the place, not able to capitalize during that day 1 rotation. Izuka's gonna get taken down again as well. You might have to think for Team Kwangju Slasher, after falling down this much, you might have to just group back up. Yeah, it's day number 1, your death timers are short, but there's a certain limit to how many times you can take those 7 to 8 second death timers for free. You're gonna lose out on mastery eventually one way or another. Each of these deaths still do matter.
Yeah, and especially losing out on mastery on a game, you really need, again, the octane to be very high. You need the, like, your gas pedal needs to be broken at this point. You cannot let off. You need to get as many points as you can. And we do see Taegyeon versus Son and Sol and Rosner. Honestly, there are times where Ekion can turn it. I don't think this is one of them, but there are definitely... And look at Team Daydream going on top of Riori. Riori just getting absolutely run down. The Soul Stealer plus all the movement speed coming up. The Johan, it is really hard to run away from that team, even as Justina, who has a kit that is pretty good at cutting away.
Kwangju Slasher is still split apart. They're going to start grouping up back up now, try to maybe get a kill onto Suru, but with that Monkey Wire is able to just get themselves out. Even investing the heli-tack stat for this, trying to keep this Nadine alive because they need to make sure Suru, of all people, is going to be the one that scales the best here. Kungwa, very consistent, but the Nadine still needs some support. So I like the heli-tack stat investment early, especially considering the fact that it should be back up by the time we start looking for it.
100%. You need these Nadine hunt stacks to get online very quickly, right? You don't want to be in a situation where your Nadine is down for like 12 seconds. Those 12 seconds are like so bad. Like, we're talking about time is money also, as we see we already go down again. That was a tragedy. But yeah, we're talking about time is money. There's no more money than time on a Nadine.
Coup de grace gonna completely whiff, but they're still down a member, which means sad hand. I keep saying sad hands. Sorry, it's hard Dalby. I see the S and I just keep thinking sad hands for some reason. My goodness, my brain is rotted. Sorry Dalby gonna get taken down. Suda, the last one alive on their team. At least it's the Nadine that's gonna be kept alive, but still, there is nowhere around this area this Nadine's gonna be able to super freely farm. Does end up getting a boar out of it, but that is about it. 15 seconds to go until objectives are going to spawn. I don't think that Nadine is in position to contest for anything, quite realistically, even though they have the advantage. That's a really nice expulsion shot. No Danelle is going to get caught out. They should, in theory, get taken down to No Danelle. Still trying to keep himself alive. Does end up getting tagged. That should be okay, though. Ballistic advantage. 1, 2, and a 3 is going to whiff. No Danelle will keep his life intact.
Really nice explosive shot, though, to try to secure some kills for themselves. That's what they really need.
I'm so. People still split apart. Golden Light trying to do what they can as well. There is the classic combination coming through, but it is a trade regardless. Suns are going to fall down. HD2 also falling down as well. So third party coming from the backside is Taegyeon. Joins the fray. Where the heck did you come from? This Ekion has nothing to play around with. He doesn't really have resets, but it doesn't matter as how many teams are inside of this area. Oh, okay, there's another one coming through. The rest of Taken teams just gonna start piling on in. There is the complete squad. Avengers have assembled. Exploit will be able to get out, but my god, what happened in Uptown?
Honestly, I didn't even register Sad Hands was on Tsubame until I saw the execution technique and absolutely turned the fight around.
This game's weird. The first 4 games have been very chaotic, don't get me wrong, but this game already in and of itself has been really, really strange in terms of the pacing, especially with what we just saw in Uptown, and I don't think that's going to change. Some of these teams are extremely desperate to get whatever points they can, so the aggression levels are not going to drop. Look at Auto Arms, they don't really have that many items right now. I don't think they even called in their big 4 scores, but the double explosion shot comes in and the fight's over before it even began. Tonzer is dead and Min's about to get taken down again too. Who's a Vespa? What?
No. I think we actually cast a curse on them. No. My bad. Oh my god. But Cinema is bonkers. What an explosion shot.
Oh, yeah, that is... We've seen a couple of really good ones throughout the course of the series so far, but that is probably one of the best situations too, because Busan Vespa, as we mentioned, this team has to just play slow. They have to play consistent. Their final temporary zone and final zone fights have been so stable. It's just these early game parts where the William is still a little bit weak. The Cecilia is not going to be able to put out as much pressure as she can towards the later stages of the game with the Chaser. But no, they try to fight again and they get wiped out. I don't know why the William didn't just completely dip after the explosion shot, because that fight was just done before it even began. So really, really rough for Busan Vespa. They've only got game 6 as their crutch, which means everybody else on that bottom 4 is going to have to start catching back up. Explosion shot, not really there. Nothing being sent by everybody. Alpha was taken too, but this is a huge fight that you do not want to walk in towards. The lasers are absolutely insane, and Riori wants to finish this team before it even goes. Pointy end down 2. Tordabi, can you run away is the question. Where is your shield bash? There it is. We'll be able to make the distance on out of there, especially with Riori, sorry, running out of that energy, but yeah, as I said, chaotic, right? And another third party coming in. They have to fight right after all the cooldowns were invested. Can they somehow get away with this alive? Maybe even with a kill intact? Uri's got one on the back, and I don't know how Team Gwangju Slashers is dealing with this correctly. What the heck?
The fact that everybody's still alive is pretty miraculous.
Oh, he will stay alive. Ballistic advantage, 1, 2, and the 3 dodged out. Yes! But Belzer wants this. He really wants this. There's the coup de grace. Not enough damage as it's just level 2. And I think Nodanel is out. I don't know why we're chasing this. Yeah, there we go. Yuki cannot generally chase down an Estelle, especially by himself. Doesn't really even have the damage to kill her, especially with her new passive. Well, I see new. It's the revamped passive compared to before. Oh, I need a breather.
Yeah, that's a pretty insane start to the game. And we gotta mention, Tichon Auto Arms are really high tempo this game, and they really needed that because now Sungdom Rocks and Auto Arms have a really good chance of actually overtaking Busan Vespa. They have been taking some disastrous placements, and 1.5, 44, 45.5? That's like a 10-point difference, right? That's a 9-point difference. Like, this is very easy to make up. Tichon Auto Arms are almost already there, by the way. So.
Yeah. There could be in shambles, but here we go. More fights happening. Uri's Gone still not letting up at all. Same thing for Gwangju Slashers as well. That's a lot of good combinations coming in. The Astro Burst sent straight in, an insane 8. Everything on that. That's a day 3 death. That's a -1, -200 coming in, but they get sandwiched, and another team is going to fall. Uri's Gone falling down as well. That's 2 teams in top 4 eliminated this early into the game. And now the series really takes a turn, because at game 6, it's going to matter a lot more than you and I thought it was going to be after the first couple of games we saw today in the series.
You are 100% correct. Now everything kind of changes. Like, now even like, okay, maybe not 7th. I mean, like, Pointy End has to have a miracle game, but 6th and 5th are easily going to contend for top 4, and the point margin is gonna close pretty hard by the end of this game, right?
Yeah.
Because this does not look like a game that Ditch on Auto Arms are gonna slow down at all. Now, I don't think they're doing the head math that bad, but they're already pretty, like, if they just play for placement from the spot, they already overtake Team Busan Vespa. But honestly, when you're in a spot like this and you're playing a comp like they are, they can definitely extend this to maybe like a 15 TK high placement game. This is really good.
I don't really think there's any X factors remaining in this game outside of the Theo for Team Daydream. Everything else is just kind of standard gameplay. You just play the neutral, you try to play the front to back as much as possible. Outside of Daydream, there really isn't anything that I think threatens Team Daejeon Auto Arms as long as they play correctly. They've got their own X factor of the Tsubame, they've got their Yusina as well. Ekion will also be a force to be reckoned with as soon as he gets maybe an item or two more, especially with a tactical upgrade onto his force field on top of it. He is going to be terrifying, so Daejeon Auto Arms, as long as they just maneuver around this fight and try to finish it, get to the end of the road, they should be in a very, very good spot for our final game. I'm really scared about our top 4 placements right now. Even Urai's Kangwon, who seems to be very safe, they're at 2nd place with 54. They might also not exactly be safe after this game if it just doesn't go in their way at all.
Yeah, and we were talking about X Factors. I feel like Daejeon Auto Arms is the X Factor. I feel like their comp is the one that can most circumvent, maybe other than Daydream, like you mentioned, the like pure front to back styles that every other team is playing. Well, other than Golden Light, but Golden Light is under a huge amount of threat from the Tsubame. All of these are squishy characters that the Tsubame can assassinate.
Yup. The combinations are going to be pretty good, but the problem with Tsubame is that it's really hard to lock her down with some of these skill shots. It's one of the benefits of playing that character. And we've actually seen a lot of players as well. We mentioned this with Hisui earlier, but Tsubame is also a character that you really need to be good at this character to excel on, to capitalize, and to pretty much exploit the reason why she has been such a threat ever since her release. Here we go though. Oh my god, there is just no reaction. There is no answer to what just happened. The blue-yellow tags Velzer right at the edge of the hitbox as well. Gangnam Rocks down in shambles. Loses 2, that's a minus 200 going, 400, sorry, going for that team. They're not even close to that credit count. We'll probably bring back, I'd have to say, the Kadia first. You do need to continuously give her that mastery, but she's putting herself constantly further into the red. Kappa's going to be coming up in a few moments here too, but wow. Golden Light still continues to dominate when it comes to chaos.
Yeah, they are just so good at playing this high tempo. And now we do see X-Boy able to pick up. But, oh, wow, Tappers is actually a really interesting choice. I don't think you usually see that in the Yustina.
Do you need it? So the only real value that you get out of it is going to be Astro Burst and W. I think Q's on the static cooldown. Same thing for the dash. I think the dash is tied. I mean, the dash is tied to her each. So I don't. The tap roots on. I would rather put it on Yoa.
Yeah, I would agree actually. But we do see the fight breaking out, and look at this dive from Taeyeon. So impactful.
Like Saturn is untouched.
Yes, yeah, you're right. I mean, Saturn is untouched, and honestly, Cinema doing a pretty good job understanding that, like, by Astro Bursting, it looked weird, but Astro Bursting in the opposite direction actually cut off the only way that they could die out of the Astro Burst, and then was able to go trade.
And that's going to be very reminiscent of what ends up happening to Team Golden Light if we see a similar fight like this for Team Daejeon Auto Arms, because of all the skill shots that need to land on this character. But here we go, another fight as Suru in a whole heap of trouble, dodges out on the Fury Jab, manages to keep himself alive. That is a huge play coming through this. But with the low HP Nadine, you need to play this out very carefully. The shield is far away. Alltail in a whole heap of trouble himself. There's the laser sparking, but it's not going to get secured. Daydream in a little bit of trouble themselves. Can Pointy End finish this? They need to get the kill onto this Johan. They're looking to do it, but the squirrel traps don't land. The Radiant Brilliance is there too to lock down that Nadine. That's rough. I think getting rid of Daydream this early on would be really big, because look at the transitions on the Theo again. He has the red shoes available. He's got the 4 core items on everything else that he needs too. That's a scary team. You get rid of that early on. You don't have to deal with it later down the road, but that's just not going to be what ends up happening for Team Pointy End. Still ends up getting the 2 kills, but that's it.
And yeah, we've seen Gwangju Slasher also down a teammate as well. Did we see that go down? Well, I mean, they were able to res Mizika, but yeah, it's gonna be a while till you're gonna be able to res that Yustina. And look, wait, we see take on the VF blood upgrade for the Sidewinder. Wait, Auto Arms look so crazy strong.
Yeah, you can, right? At this point, depending on what kind of boots you end up taking for the Ekion, you can either force core upgrade, or if you have an extra VF upgrade, you can give it to the Ekion as well. Alright, here we go. Let's see how this fight ends up going. Golden Light kiting really well. Youngman actually going to jump on in. I think that was a little bit very gutsy. The health bar exchanges are actually not that great, and the Estelle just completely demolishes HD2 and Youngman. Fancy's going to get taken down as well. That is going to be the squirrel trap to do it. Pointy end. You said they might need a miracle run in order to get to that top of the podium. I think they're doing it. They're at 11 TS right now. 31 points is where they're sitting with Busan Vespa down early. Same thing for NRG. If they just continue to roll like this, Pointy End is a very good contender for the top 4 as well. What has this series amounted to, man? What is going on?
And Auto Arms, look how strong they are with the Wick Line buff. And you really can't run away from Taeyoung. Like, this chase is insane. The Astro Burst coming out really early from Cinema just to chase. But look, now we have Sad Hands going on the side.
Free hitting.
Echoes to the Earth, it does give a lot of space, but it doesn't matter. Look at how much how deep Taeyoung is able to go. It doesn't matter. You can't run away from this team.
Try to run from them. They
ran
will never
them down.
Let up. Good God. Wow. The fact that Sidewinder Ekion is able to go tank now, especially with the introduction of... I think it's the Blazing Heart. I think that's the real go-to item that allowed this thing to fruition. Because think of it like this. Back then, when Sidewinder tank Ekion is not you, right? It's existed for a very long time. But back then, they were forced to run something like Blazing Dress in order to get the Flame Barrier effect. But now you can just do it on Blazing Hearts, and then go for the classic chess piece that tank Enkions love to go, which is the Guardian Suit. That item right there ruins the hopes and dreams of ADCs. You can't fight it. It just never happens. And then you still have the Flame Barrier effect. Now you have the Sidewinder slow, so you can stick onto them better. You have infinite dashes. You got the you got the force field that we're back to now as well instead of the Quake. It's hard. It's a hard life to live as an ADC.
Yoa's absolutely just dying while we're all talking about this. Yoa has to go rest. But like, yeah, at this point, Suru does so much damage. Like, a Wolf Assault, if maybe like, what, like a Q, like, and then one Wolf Assault auto, that's probably 75% ND squishes HP bar. So, giving this Bonadine any chance to just do her thing, it's really threatening. And obviously the Accelerator does help burst the front line as well. You do have Bunghwa on the death now as well, so some armor... Wait, actually, no. Yeah, Bunghwa is on the death, yeah. So some armor pen coming down as well, so the Adina is also going to be doing a lot of threat to the front line. There's so much burst on the tanks now. It's really hard to be an Estelle, especially because often the Estelles are going to be pretty underfed. So...
the one to grab some of these advantages. Tejan Auto Arms now sitting, by the way, at triple blood weapons for all 3 of the members. We've got the Blood Half Moon available. We got the Black Lotus Shuriken available for the Tsubami as well. If you see this on your screen and this is your ranking, you're doomed. You don't beat this, right? You know, bring any composition that you want. You can bring an unkillable team composition, whatever you want to do. You do not kill this, right? So how are these teams going to manage around Tejan Auto Arms, especially Pointy End, right? If any team can beat them, it's going to be Pointy End. We do have 2 transitions over onto Sordavi. They're actually pretty high value as well, the Ghost Bright Dress as well as the Prominence. But still, how are you going to fight that? There are so many things that you're going to have to keep track of. Do you even want to fight it to begin with is the question. You're going to be forced to eventually, but I just don't see it. Sordavi getting tagged down a little bit by Exploit, but that isn't a stealth. Same thing as well as Bunghwa is going to support a bit with the shield from the star. The fight is going to begin. That's a good amount of damage over onto Sudo, but do remember that this is a pretty late game Nadine with the bow. That's a lot of damage going in, but Nizuka's tagging pretty well over on the side too. Bunghwa. Good responses coming in kind. A lot of cooldowns invested by both of these teams, which means Exploit, Yoa just gonna have to back away. Nizuka also getting tagged down quite a bit as well with the Ghost Light. We'll have to back away, try to keep themselves safe, but Bunghwa doesn't want to let up on this at all. There's the Moon coming in, good shield to block and absorb a lot of the damage. Reinitiation comes in, but I don't think that's where Yoa wanted to go.
Yeah, and we have to mention that the StarContra healing was basically able to let them reset the fight, while Team Gwangju Slasher has a position towards the healing plant. And look, there's no cooldowns left, and now it's in the straight check. I think you have to give it to Pointy End. the damage is just not there, and the sustain advantage is definitely in point against favor. Plus, this late game Nadine damage, like you mentioned, is just doing so much work.
Good stuff. Being able to target down one character, but Pungwa walks a little bit close. He doesn't have the blink because the fight just ended. There is the helitag stab, but it's just not going to be enough to save him. Alltail untouched throughout the fight. Down goes Sudo as well. Positioning mistake from Pungwa. Uncharacteristic of him. Didn't put down a single camera for the north side. How are we supposed to expect that? Well, you're supposed to, because you're a pro player. You should know that even if you fight a team and you didn't have anybody inside the zone, it's still temp zone. You can always have a team that walks into your area. That is a crucial mistake for Team Pointien. That's going to end their run for game number 5. 16 points. They're going to be up to 36, but a long road ahead if they want to make it up into the top 4 thanks to the result of this. Now it's down to Daydream and Ted on Auto Arms. Daydream, they are looking so good. 12.5 off of this game alone. They're going to be at 68 after this. Ted and Auto Arms trying to fight desperately for their top 4 spots, but they have to fight into a Theo now. This could get rough. I don't know how this is going to end at all, really.
I do like that Sad Hands is already posturing on the White Lily. I think in an honest fight, it's going to be really hard, actually. And because you're playing the Tsubame, this Nikki Pure Rage Uppercut actually has a lot of value, because you don't want to be locked down for that long and give time to free hit, so you do have to take an unconventional angle. You do see taking a lot of space. Are we ever going to see the Pure Rage Uppercut?
Can't fight it.
Yeah, no. Actually, well played. Wait, runs into the middle of everybody.
No.
Oh, that's a disastrous.
This character's so stupid.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. No.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah. Wait.
Go to rest.
No.
Oh,
yeah, no worries. Cinema had the Astral Burst, there was no way. But yeah, no, I mean, almost everything that we were talking about just showed up. But Alltail is so far forward. I don't know if that was a forced error or an unforced error, but that was really, really disastrous positioning coming down from the Theodore. Obviously, Taeyeon doing a good job diving in on the Ekion and making a lot of space. And then Sad Hands was able to follow up as much as they could until, Nikki locked on target.
Yep, and with that, Tejon Auto Arms is going to have such a good foundation going into our final game. I don't know what their point total was after that final fight, but they've set themselves up really well going into game number 6. GG's called out to them. And what a play, I will say. I don't think that was necessarily a mistake from Alltail. I think it was overall Team Auto Arms just jumping on an opportunity that Daydream didn't even anticipate existed. And I think that's the same for me too. I'm honestly surprised that ended up working out, because it was really out of nowhere. Taekyung went in, or I should say Taekyung, that's the way to pronounce it. Taekyung went in by himself with a lot of his backliners still kind of hovering around that school building entrance area. But he's just so darn tanky, and because Daydream didn't expect him to just send it like that, their reactions were a little bit late. That's the only mistake I saw from Team Daydream. Their reactions were late, but that's also because they didn't expect that kind of play to come out from the Ekion. If anything, it was just Taekyung just playing it correctly. He saw the opportunity, went for it, did miss the initial envenomization, so the slow onto the Theo wasn't there, but he's just so darn tanky at that point, right? The auto attacks are going to hurt quite a lot. His sticking power is absolutely insane. The Johan was also just kind of floundering about. He didn't ever heal the Theo. I don't think did he even pop Faith and Wavering to help him?
Honestly, I'd say like the first 5 seconds of that fight ended up such a cluster. It was kind of hard to track even as a caster, right? Like we're usually trained to keep track of what's going on, but I just saw the Theodore walk into the middle of like 3 enemies. I was like, whoa. How'd this happen? And I do think the Faith and Wavering came out, but it might have been just for the Johan themselves.
Yeah, it was late. It was definitely
late. It did not save the Theodore, that's for sure.
Daydream didn't realize that the Theo was ever lethal. Did try to back away, but I think what Snipey is saying in chat is correct. If that was someone like One Circle, insta Energy Blast Field backwards, right? And you have to run away. There's no bushes for you to play around there either. Because of the way that you're positioned, yeah, you might be able to step up into the top one, but then now you have to deal with a a Tsubame that's running up at you. You're running further away from the Justina, but that's not where the bulk of the pressure is going to be. You can take the bush, take the Sapphire Protocol, but there's a camera in there too. They EMP droned it, but they never killed the camera inside the bush. That's a problem I see a lot of people having whenever you use the EMP drone. You gotta kill it. Eventually, the EMP drone is gonna run out. But that's not what they did, and they are gonna punish. They're gonna get punished for it and heavily lose out on the fight. But in the end, it's gonna be Team Daydream now, holding in first place. Still 69 points for their team. Nice. Hidden Auto Arms in second place with 60 for them, 58 for New Rise Kangwon, and Golden Light sitting at 57.5. Busan Bespa has been kicked out of the top 4 despite winning our first 2 games of the night. Goodness
Yeah, I don't know.
gracious.
It's really unfortunate. And now these are teams that don't really let go of leads that hard. Like, we haven't really
No.
seen Golden Light go out sad. NRG sometimes, but you got to make a 13-point deficit, and then also, yeah, it's gonna be rough. It's
Rough
definitely gonna be
indeed.
rough.
We saw what can happen in one single game. If any of the teams in top 4 make a single mistake and fall down pretty early, this entire top 4 could also crumble into pieces as well, right? We still have to make sure that our last
Absolutely.
game is consistent. Let's not make mistakes, guys. Busan Bespa, they're pretty much serving their sentence right now. All the small mistakes they've accumulated throughout the course of the series after their big banger start from the beginning, it's catching up to them, and now they're really at the end of their ropes. If they can't make it in this final game, that's the run over for their season. That's not going to be something these players are going to easily be able to sleep through.
Yeah, when you're a competitor, especially because you compete mainly for the love of the game, you and going out on semifinals is, as much as it is like definitely worthy of like praise. It's also nothing a competitor ever wants, right? Getting the
Yeah.
semifinals is an achievement, but at that point, you already got your eyes set on the last day, minimum, if not winning the
Especially,
tournament.
yeah, especially with how today started for those guys. I mean, can you imagine being in their shoes right now? The first 2 games you do really well on, and now all of a sudden you got your morale boosted, you're hyped up, you're looking forward to the next few games. But then one game you go out 6th, the next game you go out 8th, and the next game after that you go out 8th again. Now, where is their mental capacity at? It's just completely crashed down to the ground. You gotta pick yourself back up though. It's the final game, it's the last chance. It's not over just yet. And that's the big thing that we were talking about at the beginning. It's the mental capacity, keeping that thinking straightforward, making sure you're not detached by anything else alongside the run. Yeah, your past couple of games might have not been too good, but if the last one itself is going to net you a win and make you go into the final 4, who cares what happened during games 3, 4, and 5? You can forget about it and think about tomorrow.
Yeah, it's the kind of game where you gotta tee up and just hope that you can lock in for this last game, because this is, sometimes we gotta fake the hype a little bit for these game 6s. Sometimes it's done and dusted way before we actually get to this final lobby, or final game of the lobby rather. But this is absolutely not true, as the Marcus is gonna be back online. The Mai is back online. What the teams are gonna bring in?
Let's see how it goes.
Rio as well, right?
Sunny weather. Yes, a Rio is back as well. But look at the top of our screen. 3 different characters now banned out. Justina, Katia, as well as the Estelle. A classic, right? It's not something that we're too surprised to see by. If this showed up during phase number 1, we'd be like, oh, again, we're going to see these characters banned. But no, it's at the season finals. A lot of these teams have been kind of strapped in terms of the compositions they're able to play, which is very surprising considering it is season finals. But with the bans that are coming through, teams are gonna have to figure something else out. Quadruple Rios coming in yet again. We see triple Priyas coming in as well. These teams are looking for points, man. Soul Stealer, Soul Stealer, Soul Stealer on every single Priya team. They want to chase people down. They got the Marcus's to burger flip as well. Double Mai plus a Yuki and Nikki Sua. I mean, they're looking for blood. They need kills. They want blood.
In a way that some other combinations of strategies have kind of dominated the competitive scene in other esports, I really do think that Eternal Return story is that of the Soul Stealer. I feel like Soul Stealer has been just like the staple, outside of obviously Blink, right? In competitive Eternal Return. It is so powerful in coordinated environments.
Yeah, and Nimble Neuron has tried its best to kind of tame it down a little bit. It's always a battle between which one's better. Is it going to be Soul Stealer or Protocol Violation? Because Protocol Violation is also another very valuable resource that teams tend to bring in, and it's always been a flip-flop between the two, but we kind of hit this weird, perfect point where I saw a team actually bringing both the Protocol Violation as well as the Soul Stealer. So we'll see how it goes. We're going to zoom in on the hockey puck for the last time today. Round number 6, our final game of the night, is a go. After this one, top 4 teams will move on. I've been saying it over and over and again today, but this is where it really ends. The last game for a lot of these guys. If we see any of our bottom 4 teams falling down pretty early, we will call them a goner. Not a really good way to put it, but we will thank them for playing and move on, as yeah, we can only decide 4 teams to move. That's the one thing that always hurts about some of these tournaments, but just the way that it's just the way that it works.
You gotta change the team tag to an 07 after some of these performances, as we do see Sad Hands going down very quickly to Team Golden Light. Team Golden Light needs to play Gatekeeper right now. This is their job, right? They want to play a pretty consistent game. Honestly, if you are the team in the top 4, you understand that this is the last game. A disciplined game is often going to be your best bet. I mean, you can play the high octane, but the high octane also risks you going 8. So, and the only way you can really lose your lead is by giving it away.
Yes, which is exactly what we see Fuzon Best Bet doing, unfortunately, today, right? They are back onto their bread and butter composition, though. We'll see if it works out. Some people getting taken down pretty early too, no real biggie, but it's not as fast as we've seen the past couple of games. So while we wait for the day 1 conundrums to finish, I do see a question asking about what Soul Stealer does. So Soul Stealer, the way that it works is if the person, or I guess it's not even the person, I think it's if there is damage taken around you for your teammates and starts charging up. And based on how many charges you have, you get bonus movement speed and Omni Siphon the moment you proc it for your entire team, right? That is standing around you, I should say. Because I say entire team, if you're split apart, then it doesn't do anything for the guy that is all the way on to the other side of the map. But yeah, the benefits of this, especially when you're running it with something like a Priya, is that Priya also has her flowers, which if you place down on the ground and one of your teammates step over it, they also gain bonus movement speed. So you can pair that up with the Soul Stealer, and the amount of initiation you have is absolutely insane. But on the flip side, you can also use it as a disengage tool, right? Because it's just flat movement speed. It's just really good for you to get out of really tough situations. So the value is absolutely insane. And now the history of Soul Stealer is really weird in that if Soul Stealer is good, everybody in competitive uses it. Maybe say for like 1 or 2 teams that are running a funky composition that doesn't need it, everybody runs Soul Stealer. So Nimble Neuron tries to nerf it, but if Soul Stealer is bad, then Protocol Violation is good, because now that thing, what it does is it places an AoE effect on the ground, and once it pops, it gives your entire team that's sitting inside of it bonus max HP for a certain period of time, and it also forces the enemy team that is also sitting inside of it when it pops to take bonus damage for a certain period of time. Like, it just flip-flops back and forth between the two, but it's so hard to use those in solo queue because you need to coordinate those with your team. In competitive, you can do that. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the things that gives Soul Stealer so much value is what you mentioned. It's not just an engage tool. Like, if it was movement speed exclusively running at an enemy, it'd already be insane. And I think it was at one point. Remembering, I can't think off the top of my head, but the fact that it is omnidirectional means it's also probably the best disengage tool in the game as well. So it's just an incredibly impactful utility tool in competitive Eternal Return, because these players are good enough to take advantage and also play around this cooldown. You'll see a lot of fights boil down to who got the better use of the Soul Stealer.
Yep. We actually mentioned it earlier, right? We were like, a low-value Soul Stealer when there was a fight inside a cemetery, and they lost the fight because of it. It's such a good, useful resource to have, but if you misuse it, then it does punish you pretty severely. So here we go. Fights are going to begin. Day number 2. Objectives are going to spawn. Golden Light on the backside. This is a sandwich situation, but the health bars are looking very desperate for Team Gwangju Slashers. They're able to focus down just the Yuki, though, because everybody else on Team Songnam Rocks is desperate to try getting away. The tension was just completely split. I think if they all focused on trying to kill the members of Gwangju Slashers, they would have been okay. But the fight's going to start going back on in. Damage output is absolutely insane. getting 2 members taken down now for Gwangju Slashers. Does Yeoman have a yellow? Yes, he does. Gwangju Slashers in a whole heap of trouble. Can Exploit get out? He does have the Love and Peace to try denying the push on it, but the SMG, the shotgun, and the rocket is gonna be enough, and that's it. Gwangju Slashers is out as our 8th place team. Thank you so much for playing. That is going to be the end of the road for that team. That is an early team out. The question is, though, can Golden Light secure the Tree of Life inside of Cemetery? Because quite a while since teams ready to push back on down there. I don't see them with an objective. Actually, no, Hayes does have a helmet. Maybe that's the Sultans.
I do believe it was dropped, actually. I think when they were chasing down Gwangju Slasher, it was dropped and they picked it up. That's the really unfortunate wipe, but honestly, I respect Slasher for making that play because you can't, like, there's no other way to make a comeback other than, like, literally getting every objective and just snowballing it out of your mind.
They're 31.5 points behind.
Because, if you're not first in this game, you're last anyway, so you might as well take as many risks as possible.
Hail Mary is always what you want to see from these teams, but it will sometimes lead to a crash out. That's the way that Gwangju Slasher is going to go. That's the end of their run for season number 7. One of our ERM finalists and winners, by the way, as well. A couple of seasons ago, they were able to take that trophy away. Be struggling for season 7, which is a-okay. Stuff happens throughout the courses of the season, and maybe this just isn't your meta. In the end, you made it to day number 2, which is, as we said, an achievement to...
Absolutely, but you know these teams, especially a team of Slashers quality, is not going to be happy. With the semifinals. They'll come back stronger next season, and next season will be an absolute banger. So stay tuned. No, shameless shilling aside, as we do see NRG and Daydream posturing. I mean, it's gonna be. This is like a team composition that I feel like can actually like just walk through Adriana. Like, look at, I mean, they don't care. Like, you got a Johan. I mean, wait, yeah, look at this. Riori's going down to just Hessel alone. Faith on Wavery doesn't get a lot of value on tail, but you can just reset, because look at the healing. Like, yeah, exactly. Now they have to run away from Sungyeon Rox's third party. The exclusive coming out just to save Insane. Does the Spirit Arrow attack? No. Good tanking from No Down Out. Walking in front of it. I do think the item was able to be picked up by Team Daydream. Looks like it was a myth roll because I believe Altail just slammed the racing gun.
Yeah, and this is the kind of heads-up play that I've been talking about throughout the entire course of the night, right? As soon as it wasn't even Team Uri's Kangwon having good information behind them, they saw the recon drone being activated from Team, Seongnam Rocks behind them, and immediately made the call out. There's a team coming behind us. We gotta dip. And you saw everyone being on the same page to leave. That's what we need to see from every single one of our teams tonight, which a lot of them have struggled with. So it's good to see that at least in the final game, Uri's Kangwon is still keeping their mentals alive here, right? Making sure that they're focused, keeping their attention on things that really matter. The purple box, yeah, you might have lost it, but you can come back from that. At least you're alive. As long as you're alive, anything is possible in Eternal Return.
Also, Bunghwa looks insanely strong. Killer heals and D-skill. Or no, it's killer heals and Persona. I don't think there's no D-skill on that build. I think it's a Nightmare Nose, really. But it's still really strong Adema coming into day 3.
What was the chest piece again? Is it Inquisitor right now, or...?
It's probably Blood Cloak, but also Altail is full build.
Yeah, well, yeah, they don't really need this guy to be full build anymore because they're so safe in first place right now, but yeah, we'll take it. Taejeon Auto Arms split apart as Taekyung was sitting inside of Factory while his teammates were taking Lab, which is a common tactic, right? It's not that big of a deal. It's night number 2 anyways. He's going to be brought back. So now you just play this waiting game to see where everyone is, wait for Taekyung to also have his timer come back, and then Drew back up all together at the start of day number 3, because this is where the real crucial moments start happening for this game. A lot of more versatility in where the map is going to be available for you. A lot more teams are going to be much more comfortable with their DPSs, having full transitions for themselves. Everything's going to start to explode in a few moments. I can definitely sense it coming.
Yeah, I mean, some of these teams are, like, Bunghwa's already full build. Like, this is... There's some teams that are just so stacked. Honestly, Pointy End is full build on both the backliners, plus the Mai is starting to get items. Like, what? Did they just hit the lottery on the transitions? This is big for them, though, because they need this game. And honestly, they need to start playing to kill the rest of the lobby, because you can't play for just a win. You need a pretty explosive figure.
Yes, they need a ton of it. 21.5 points behind just from Golden Light off of the scoreboard alone. But that's not to say that Golden Light hasn't been doing work. They've been doing it. 6.5 points for those guys already. New Rise Kangwon is probably going to be the one that Team Pointian is going to be able to catch up to. But they're also sitting on 1.5. Going to be rough for these guys. They have the transitions, you're absolutely correct, but now they need to be aggressive. That's the big part. But with a composition like this, can you really do that? Is my question.
You're right. It's kind of hard. It's not a composition that has insane explosive power, especially because teams don't want to fight into you. This isn't a team that and if you end up overextending, you can often like lose the safety of these backliners, right? These aren't like this most backliners. You have the movement speed coming out from the Adina and the monkey wire from the Nadine, but in general, it's still a pretty squishy team.
Scary for a lot of these guys. Oh, day 3 is gonna go by without any teams fighting it out. So I guess my small prediction of sensing something is gonna explode. It's not exactly gonna come to fruition just yet. It's just a lot of these teams are being careful at this point. Look at the credit count for a majority of these teams. They don't have enough to bring all of their members back because they're all so focused on getting stronger. That is what you need to do. Yeah, you're gonna need to find some credits to be able to bring your teammates back. But at this point, if you're not strong enough, who cares? You're going to fall behind, you're not going to be able to stay caught up, you're not going to be able to fight other teams when they try retaliating into you, and all of your credits being saved for bringing members back is going to be for naught. So I like the play that a lot of these teams are doing right now, keeping themselves safe, maybe wait for 1 or 2 more transitions, and then really start fighting, because you know your power spikes, you know you're super strong.
Yeah, excellently brought up. I think it's really important to play to win now, not just play not to lose. I think you need to play to actually like win out on this lobby, especially if you're one of the teams trying to mount a comeback. And I mean, a team trying to mount a comeback is Pointian, and Pointian looks insanely strong. Even the Mai is almost full transition now.
This is the strongest our W has been the entire night, actually. 4 transitions on him. He's usually been sitting on maybe 1, probably 0. And that's not a good sign when a Mai is sitting on 0 transitions that late into the game. But this is the chance that Pointian has. They might not have too many points just yet, but if they get that first place spot, that's still 9 extra points they could get. Sorry, 10. Yeah, no, it's 9 extra points they can get just from placements alone, because they already have 1 since they're in 7th place right now if they die right now. Now you need to make up for all the kills.
It's online. Everybody's favorite item.
Yup.
Oh. Yup. That's actually a really, really strong take home though on the
0.4k HP, that's quite good. Flame Barrier, remember, does damage based on your max HP, if I remember correctly, so here we go, fight for Team Pointian. Again, not an explosive team at all, right? You can chase infinitely as an Nadim, but you have limits on how far you can chase. You don't have the Soul Stealer on this team either. They are really looking for it. You can see how much they want these kills, but it's just not going to happen. They're actually going to end up pushing Team Songnam Rocks into a different team instead. The fire is just burning everybody down. There's a Spirit Arrow landing onto so many members as well, but Hyunggi just barely lives by a touch of his hair. The shields, the sustain, it's all good.
Yeah, we were mentioning it, but like the chase potential is not, because you're using your only escape tool to go forward and chase as the Nadine, and then there's too many teams alive to really do that. So even though you're incredibly strong, nobody wants to fight you, and that's like kind of the frustrating thing of being that like being the strongest in the lobby is if you don't have the explosive. Well, I mean, speaking of explosive, Soldabi is great at landing a great taunt on that tail, but the Faith Unwavering. I don't think you want that blast energy field forwards unless you do. Oh my goodness, the damager! Never mind, I mean, that was incredible damager. I was thinking they were just gonna use it to disengage, but look at that. I mean, Altail was so strong to begin with. Altail has been sitting on full build for so long. But yeah, look at the turn for the Theodore. You force the team in that really tight corridor. And, well, not exactly tight corridor, but they're so close together. All the AoE from Theodore through the barrier is getting so much value. I mean, he just annihilated the team.
Yeah, and that's a perfect example of why Theo, more so than a support now, he's not even considered support anymore. Yeah, he might have healing on his laser, but I don't think that counts at this point because his damage output is insane. Somebody in chat was asking about that earlier. Well, watch that back if you want to see why Theo is just so good at dishing out damage and why players like One Circle, even Luminal is picking up this character because this guy can do everything. Absolutely insane. And again, Why are we seeing teams? It's happening a lot more often nowadays, fighting into the energy blast field with the overcharge state on the Theo. Yeah, he might get low, but they have a Johan, they have a Nikki, you can buy time as much as you want, and then you're fighting into the overcharge state. That's like a 70% bonus attack speed on this guy. Like, this is how you should play, right? You just peel away, the overcharge state is gone, Hessel is dead too, and now you have the advantage. Now you fight into this. This is Team Dead and Auto Arms playing this fight right.
Yeah, they actually disengage. But even then, I feel like sometimes we're getting a little too rambunctious with the energy field. Sometimes it's okay to just use it to disengage. If you don't think the fight is in your favor. I mean, we saw a miracle turn, but not every fight can give, not every team is going to give you that miracle turn. And then that cooldown being down and you used it to fight forward, which means you don't have a way out necessarily. And then you can't disengage. And then they're just going to wait out that cooldown and then fight you when it's more advantageous for them. I think Dayton Auto Arms did exactly what Ponyien needed to do.
Oh boy, teams are struggling now. We are down to 6 teams, and we did see Wickeline being picked up. I think there was a fight while we were also watching the one between the Theo as well as the other team, but it's still going to continue. Songnam Rocks is the one to pick up the Wickeline, but they did end up losing 2 members for it. Curry and Hyungi had to be brought back. Now they're going to try looking for a fight. I think Belzer is the only one that has the Wick buff for them. I don't know if they were able to secure the blood sample because I don't see any transitions on their hands. Ryori yoinks away a box that was called in. Not exactly sure what this is going to go into. We'll check in just a moment here. It was a Tree of Life. It went into the Glacial Sheets. So a good pickup here for the Adrian.
And Yoma are able to actually just sneak right back into Chapel. Not enough timer to run over and take the jump pad into Stream, also, or Pawn rather, but also, even if they did, it would have gone right immediately. So yeah, just able to safely sneak back into Chapel. Now we do see the zone going, or some zoning coming out from Team Songnam Rocks onto Team Energy, and now we're seeing the chase. Soul Stealer proc to disengage, and yeah, I've never seen the power of it. When you trade cooldowns, it's usually just going to be an automatic fight reset, but I mean, the range advantage is definitely in Team NRG's favor, but Ryori getting engaged on really hard from Belzer. Belzer getting a lot of damage off. Now we see No Denial taking a decent amount of damage. Protocol Violation is going to get popped. And now Belzer is just continuing the chase. We're getting a lot of value, and now we are seeing the Rios starting to get the longbow autos off. And yeah, it is like even at this point, it's kind of can they even get booted out? Well, you still want to play it safely. And we do see Team Busan Vespa getting into a fight with Team Daejeon Auto Arms, and the fight is very, very staggered. The play with us to pull Taeyeon back into pull Min. Min is kiting, but the terrain is just not in their favor. I don't think you get out of this if you're Min, but maybe you do. Taeyeon is still giving chase and a beautiful knockup, and then no knockup on Rosner. Rosner's gonna go down to sad hands as well. You have to assume. I don't think there's enough Don Quixotes. Throw with a bubble isn't enough, and that is gonna be Team Vespa going down, and I don't think you're gonna be like, I mean, that's definitely not enough to mount a comeback. And I do think, not yet. We do still have some Songnam Rocks who can make it a comeback, but other than that, I don't know. Golden Light has quite the lead though.
Yeah, New Rise Kangwon has also been steadily stacking the amount of points they have as well. It's looking a little bit rough, but we do have a majority of our bottom 4 teams that are taken down. Hessel will fall Alteo in a whole heap of trouble as he's sitting on single-digit timer himself. Hessel's gonna fall, he's gonna be forced to walk back in. That's gonna be the end of Team Daydream. But I believe with the performance they had throughout the course of tonight, their performance has punched them a ticket into the season finals day number 2. So congratulations, we'll see you guys tomorrow. We're down to 4. Songnam Rocks, you're right, this is the last team that is in here that could potentially make their way into the top 4. But it's gonna be rough. The points, as I said, has been slowly stacking. Golden Light, the one that they maybe had a chance for, is 11.5 points ahead. And same thing for New Rise Kangwon, they got even further ahead. Daejeon Auto Arms doing the same thing as well, 9.5 for them. So Songnam Rocks has to completely just wipe the floor with the rest of the teams in this lobby. Otherwise, they're not going to find it, and they're trying. Oh, they are definitely trying. Belzer is going to use the parry straight into the Spirited Arrow, and down he goes. Tag is going to be to Curry, and down goes Hyungi. That is going to do it. We know our top 4 teams moving on to tomorrow. The rest of this game is a formality. But Team New Rise Kangwon, a beautiful fight up against Team Songnam Rocks, catching out Belzer exactly where it hurt.
And that's an 07 to Team Songnam Rocks, but we will see these teams return, and obviously these are all very high-tier teams. You'll probably see them in a finals in the next season, if not, maybe in the season after that. And wow, look at that damage. I
value.
don't like that play. Yeah, that is not great for Golden Light.
Oh.
And then the Blink has to come out just to dodge out on the Spirit Arrow, plus the damage coming out from Riori. This is terrible for Team Golden Light. They're so reliant on the Peacemaker rather, to be able to actually engage. And this is a team comp that, I mean, you outrange, but now you have a Mai with, I assume, the Soul Stealer, so they can go for the and look at the cat. Oh, the cat are gonna strike. Yeah, that is fancy going down for sure. Yep. And that is going to be the follow-up from Insane. And now, I mean, this fight is just a formality. No ultimate on the heart. I mean, maybe Yeoman can get one, but not even. I mean, the exclusive coming out, denying that kill. And yeah, that was just insane value from Riori, honestly. Being able to, I think it was Riori almost doing all the damage to force that heart cooldown. And then Insane just following up with consistent damage themselves. But now Team Tetra Auto Arms, they're looking insanely strong coming into this final zone. How often are you seeing a double blood Marcus just walk at you? I mean, it's looking rough. It's looking rough for sure.
And it's one of them for the Scarlet side. The other one he didn't even pick up from a box, right? He has the what is it? The Black Dragon. What was the last word? I know it's 3 words.
Black Flame Dragon.
Black Flame Dragon. There we go. I got the flames in between. But the Scarlet Scythe is also something that he ended up building. This team is rich. This team is absurdly rich. Even Taegyung is going to be a very, very big threat to someone like Insane as well as Riori. But they do have the Adriana. It is tight corridors for the forest. He is just walking up like nobody's business. Siphon Maelstrom does absolutely nothing. There's a Spirited Arrow going completely wide as well. Now Team Tetra Auto Arms is the ones that have the advantage. A lot of investments from Riori. I don't know what his cooldowns are looking like on some of these flames. Oh, Taegyung is just running it straight in on towards Insane. They're waiting for the Smash to Smithereens combination. He is going to send it at the Burger Flip. Gonna unfortunately get pixel cut. He is still running in. There is just no stopping the Marcus trade. Siphon Maelstrom is going to keep him healthy. The auto attacks from the Rio. Noda now has one thing left to do, and it's to fall down on the ground. Tetra Auto Arms will take away our final game of today. 18.5 points to punch their tickets into the finals. Congratulations. This team has climbed up from 6th place all the way to potentially a first. GG's.
Yeah, I mean, the wallet check was real. I think just the Mai was maybe on 3 items, and you have a double blood super tank just running you down. The Smash of Smithereens kind of got cut short. It didn't matter.
Yeah, who cares?
the Marcus at that point can solo out the Rio. Like, there's just so much threat. And I don't even think the Force Field got procced. Like, yeah, no. Yeah, good luck. Just good luck.
Usually, Taegyung has always been the person who sets up for the rest of his team, but with items like that, you know Taegyung is going to take the spotlight for himself. That Marcus was definitely the focal point of that entire fight. I think the Rio did something. I don't know what she did, but she did something. And the... what was the other one? See what I mean? I don't even know what the composition was.
The Priya.
The Priya, yeah, there you go. Bonus move.
The Soul Stealer button for that fight. That was her job. just to fully enable the Marcus. Just
actually, I'm gonna have to double check that. Give me a second, maybe. Wait, hold on. Oh, you're right. It was Hungnam Rocks where the Priya had the protocol violation. Yeah. Okay, so because I did remember a team having a mix of the two, but it was Hungnam Rocks and not Tetra Auto Arms. Wow, what a game. What a way to end it out as well. Taegyung rightfully taking his place at the throne as one of the best players in Korea at such a young age as well. Is he even 18 yet?
Well, don't ask me. I don't be keeping track of that. I'm not gonna lie to you. But
someone's gonna have to remind me of this. I think I mentioned this about a season or two ago. Numerically and statistically speaking, the overall age of Auto Arms is like one of the lowest out of every team that exists, especially amongst the sponsored teams for KR. But Taegyung is so good at making things happen. This guy is like born and bred to play Eternal Return or something. I don't know what it is, but he always makes things shine. He always farms clips. He always makes plays happen.
These Zoomers, man. They're too talented for unks like us.
Yep. What a joy. What an absolute joy to watch.
Yeah, really. I think this lobby, based on how we were looking at it to begin with, it looked like it was going to tell one story, but it flipped on its head so fast. I feel bad for Team Best, but I feel like we cast cursed them into the next dimension. I didn't think we had that in us. The power that we have to just completely make a team go from 1-1 to not making it. It's actually really unfortunate, but we will see them come back stronger next season, and we'll see all these teams again. So definitely keep an eye out for season 8. But I mean, looking into tomorrow, it's going to be a really fun lobby.
Yep, absolutely. Well, we know the 4 teams that are going to be moving on, but these posters still do not change. Why? What the heck? That poster says my wife, and it's Nodanel. I can definitely tell you for sure that's a dude. Wow, okay. Well, very generic poster, but you can dream. I'm not going to shatter or ruin anyone's dreams. Nodanel, this man has been pretty much the GOAT for, I think, me and Vixerious. Vixerious, him and I used to love Nodanel's gameplay style, because back when we had solos, solos mentioned, Nodanel always running Magnus, he always biked in, got the third party, just killed somebody with the bike and ran away. And when you were also talking about the Camillo earlier, I got a flashback. Bob Malsa used to also be a Camillo aficionado back when solos/duos for ERM was a thing. I had a lot of fun time kind of reminiscing things today for the past few hours. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, no, it's been a really fun game. I mean, a lot of these names are names that we've seen anyway, so you're always going to have some highlights pop in your head, and tomorrow will be a pretty big banger. It will be a little earlier. Just a reminder to you guys, it will be at 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 4 p.m. 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and then I don't know the EU time zone, so I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, there's a UTC time up there, but no need to matter. It just 1 a.m. Eastern, like Cass said, 3 hours earlier than when we started today. Make sure you guys remember that, and that's simply because they have a lot of festivals over there. They have a lot of things that's going on, and plus, they also need to do the ending ceremony as well. Plus, it's checkpoint, so we don't know how long it's going to go. Please show up on time. We're not going to wait for you. And there's also drops tomorrow as well. For people who joined us late today and are going to start looking for drops, well, I don't have any for you. Fortunately, we cannot extend the stream longer than it's meant to be. And even if I did, I kind of want to go to sleep. I did sleep, but not well.
I see some prayers for 10-game series tomorrow. Don't do that to me. Do not, all right?
You got to join the party.
I've been up for too long. Do not do that to me, all right?
The only people who have ever done a 10-game series in ERM so far is me and Locke. Every single time Locke ended up substituting for Vixerious or Superior, it was always a 10-game season finals. Like, I don't know what it is, but it always happens.
Do not do that to me. I'm serious. All right? I'm serious.
What the heck?
No manifesting these long game series in Checkpoint, okay?
That is absolutely
we are humans.
Wild.
We are humans, all right?
Nah. Listen, once you're in the basement, once you're in the basement, there is no humane treatment of anything. You see, these guys, it's tradition at this point. There's one guy that always shows up here is like no sleep for Juvie, and at this point, I've just accepted it's cooked for me. Well, here we go. Final scores are up on the screen. We knew what teams are going to be moving on forwards, but logistically and statistically, here are the numbers. Legend Auto Arms, 78.5. Daydream with 76. U-Rise Kong with 74. And Golden Light with 70. And despite what we talked about with Golden Light being able to get a ton of kills today, top 3 also managed to catch up. 46.5, 42, and 42.5 for overall KS. Definitely goes to show you that performance for the top 4 was a standout performance, because look at the bottom 4, 25.5, 23.5, 27.5, 16. It's not even close. Today was definitely determined by which teams were able to consistently perform, and those were the ones on the top 4. But unfortunately with that, Busan Bespa, Seongnam Rocks, Pointy End, and Gwangju Slasher will meet their end the Season 7 run, season finals.
Yeah, big 0-7 to them, but they definitely, again, these are teams that you've seen perform come out but perform before, and we do see some of the players coming out on stage now with Sia. That's fun. Is it an interview with Digital Auto Arms?
Yeah, probably an interview with Digital Auto Arms over there. And I've been seeing a lot of pink coming out from the Korean sponsored teams. They've been selling a lot of merch as of late, and I do remember seeing that one. It's the table pad for Digital Auto Arms. It looks pretty good, but I've actually asked on whether or not they can ship that internationally, and 2 or 3 teams said no.
How was about a cop. I mean,
Yeah, I wanted it as well. I was actually planning on signing up for one, but no, they cannot ship overseas. I think what one of them mentioned to me was since I DM'd them saying I was interested, they'll be like, "Oh, I'll hold it for you, and if you ever come to an event in Korea, then maybe you could buy it then." I'm like, "Okay, well, surely I'll ever be able to go."
I got something stuck in my throat, huh? Send it to Korea.
Copiums in the chat, everybody. But still, today was a very, very fun day. I don't think I'm going to wait for the interview to go because I do have things I need to take care of today as well. Kaz, thank you so much for joining me here today. You'll be back tomorrow as well, so we'll see more of each other for those of you guys who are in chat as well. Kaz is going to be back for tomorrow for the finals, day number 2, because somebody abandoned me for specific rectangular paper-based drawings with text on them ornaments.
Yeah, our favorite card game addict. He'll be back sooner or later, but he
Not
always
the
ends
rest
up
this season.
lining up with a tournament during the ERM finals, so you always get me as your little prize for sticking through the season.
Hell
For
yeah.
better or for worse.
At this point, it's like a reward for me. You know what I mean? I get to cast with you. It doesn't happen every single day. You know, if I had a nickel for every time I casted with you because you had to substitute him, I'm going to include us because we also had to do some recent substitutions as well. It wouldn't be that much, but I'm glad for every single time it happened.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I always have fun. I hope chat enjoyed my presence. I know it's a different energy when it's me and Shuvi versus when it's Shuvi and Superior, but I think that's part of the fun, right? You get same with when you see Lucy and Meek on the North American side or any other combination of casters. Everybody brings a little different flavor to the board, and I'm so glad that you guys had me here for tonight. I think both of us are going to pass out very soon, so thank you so much for having us.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us, everybody. Appreciate it. Make sure you guys show up tomorrow at 1 a.m. Eastern Time right here on the Eternal Return game channel to watch our finals. It's going to be checkpoint format, so we have no idea how many games it's going to be. We cannot tell you. It is not scripted, and this is indeed live. It is not pre-recorded either, so I will meow all you want. Actually, not that many times. I'll maybe do it once if you guys request me to do it tomorrow, not today, because today's already over. Regardless, thank you so much for joining us here tonight. Thank you, everybody. And hopefully all of you guys have a wonderful rest of your Friday or Saturday if you guys are on the eastern side of the world. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you so much for coming.
Bye-bye. If you guys don't have drops, well,